Chapter 137. His frown deepened. I just want both of us to calm down. I won't make any guesses before I get to the bottom of the matter. She saw through his lies. You've already sentenced me, yet you refuse to see me. You don't take the initiative to contact me. You don't care about me. This is all because you've already determined that I'm the one who harmed little Wingsy. Han, don't you think this is too unfair to me? You've only heard one sentence from Xiao Yi, yet you've already determined that I'm guilty. Have you ever thought that there might be a misunderstanding? Bailey Han rationally felt that Su Yunqian was suspicious, but emotionally, he hoped that she was innocent. He was conflicted, so he chose to distance himself from her to deal with this matter calmly. No matter what she said, he coldly rejected her request. After ending the call, Su Yunqian angrily threw her coffee cup on the floor. After her anger subsided, she began to plan her next move. No matter what, she had to see Bailey Han. Ever since she decided to go to Italy, Xia Dong fired the nanny. Now she was idle at home and did not hire a nanny. She cleaned the house herself and took care of the children. After breakfast in the morning, she cleaned the house and dragged the two lazy bums to the garden for a walk. After resting for a while, she taught Xiao Guai how to read and write. Then, she brought the two of them to her aunt's house and asked her to take care of them. She went out shopping for food and prepared afternoon tea and snacks for Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi's daily meeting at 4 o'clock. After returning from Bailey's house and having dinner, she rushed to the autism rehabilitation class. Her schedule was very tight every day. In order to take care of the children, she almost gave up all entertainment and social activities. Even if Mika Keto wanted to see her, she could only see her after 9 o'clock in the evening. Mika Keto felt that she was working too hard and wanted to hire a nanny for her, but she refused. Her reason was that she did not have a job and would feel uncomfortable if she was idle. Today, Xia Dong had to go shopping again. Xiao Bao volunteered to go with her. Xiao Guai was naturally unwilling to be left behind. Mommy, I want to go too. I can help you pick out desserts for Brother Yi. Xia Dong pinched her delicate nose in amusement. What do you know how to pick? There are a lot of people on the streets, and it's very hot. It's not fun at all. Xiao Guai, don't go, okay? No, her daughter shook her arm and looked at her pitifully with watery eyes. Mommy, I haven't played outside in a long time. Let me go. But the weather is very hot now. Mommy is afraid that you will get sunburned. The sun in late July was very scorching. Mommy, wait for me. She ran into her room like a wisp of smoke. After fiddling around for a while, she ran out with a pink hat and said with a grin, Mommy, look. It's not hot anymore after I put on the hat, Gigai, be good. There are a lot of people on the streets, so it's better if you don't go. Come to Grandaunt's house to play, okay? Xiao Guai blinked her big watery eyes. Mommy, if you don't want me to go out to play, then take me to Brother Yi's house, okay? Xia Dong was in a difficult position. Xiao Bao puffed out her small chest. Mom, let Gigai come with me to Bailey's house. I will take good care of her. I will definitely not let Bailey Yi bully her. Also, didn't you want us to be friends with Bailey Yi? With Xiao Guai, Bailey Yi will have another friend. The little guy was calculating in his heart. It was very boring to be alone with Bailey Yi. With Xiao Guai, it would definitely be more interesting. Xiao Guai threw herself onto Xia Dong's leg and rubbed against it. That's right, Mommy. I also want to be friends with Brother Yi. Xia Dong looked at the two little guys' expectant eyes and nodded in agreement. The housekeeper's mental fortitude was quite good. She was not surprised by the sudden appearance of another little bun. She calmly led them upstairs. After more than 10 days of interaction, Xia Dong was already able to chat with the servant who made her tea. She was no longer restrained in the living room. Instead, she walked around the garden and helped Xiao Lu bathe Lil Pi. She especially loved the stone bench under the grape trellis because from there, she could see Bailey Yi's room on the second floor. If she was lucky, she could even see him standing on the balcony. Even if she couldn't get close to him, she was satisfied to see him from afar. She sat under the grape trellis again. On the surface, she appeared to be enjoying the cool air, but in reality, she was secretly observing Bailey Yi's room. Unfortunately, Xiao Yi wasn't on the balcony today. The large floor-to-ceiling window had its curtains drawn, so she couldn't see the situation inside. At this moment, Bailey E was playing Go with himself. From time to time he would turn his head to look at the clock on the table. When he saw the hour hand pointing to 4, a strange light flashed across his eyes. There was a knock on the door. He lowered his head and looked seriously at the chessboard. Young Master Qi and Miss Xia are here to visit you today. After the housekeeper said this, she left the room. Bailey E didn't look up. Brother E, do you still remember me? I'm Gigai. Xiao Guai let go of Xiao Bao's hand and carefully walked to Bailey Yi's side. Bailey Yi still didn't look up. Xiao Bao said sourly, Gigai, you promised me that you wouldn't call him brother. You've forgotten again. I'm sorry. Xiao Guai stuck out her tongue cutely. She always seemed to forget things. She propped up her little head with her meaty arms and leaned against Bailey Yi's table. She asked curiously, Bailey E, don't you find it boring to play with yourself? Bailey Yi's hand that was holding a Go piece paused. Xiao Bao sharply caught it. Her lips curled into a mischievous smile, and she deliberately said loudly, he won't be bored. Anyway, he's bored every day and doesn't play with anyone else. He can only play with himself. But that's so pitiful. Xiao Guai reached out her little hand and gently stroked Bailey Yi's hair, as if she was petting her own pet. Bailey E, from today onwards, brother and I are your friends. Don't play by yourself. Play with us. Bailey E acted as if he didn't hear her. He lowered his eyes and continued with his actions, placing a Go piece on a certain spot. Alright Bailey E, are you hungry? My mommy bought a lot of delicious pastries for you. Xiao Guai grabbed his hand and dragged him to the coffee table. Come with me. I'll get them for you. They're delicious. Bailey E was like a puppet, allowing her to drag him to the sofa beside the coffee table. Xiao Bao helped Xiao Guai open the lunchbox and took out small boxes of exquisite and delicious pastries. This is vanilla, this is purple potato, and this is red bean paste. Brother likes red bean paste. Here you go. Bailey E, which flavor do you like? I'll get it for you. Xiao Guai happily helped everyone distribute the pastries. Bailey E reached out his finger and slowly pointed at the little rabbit-shaped pastry in front of Xiao Guai. Xiao Guai's cute little face fell. Ah, you like this rabbit? But I like it too. Forget it, I'll let you have it. It was rare for Brother E to take the initiative to express his opinion, so she might as well let him have it. So Bailey E calmly put the little rabbit into his mouth. Xiao Bao wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but he felt that Bailey Yi's attitude towards his mother had changed. He no longer rejected the food she brought, and even ate with a clear conscience. Like now, for example, he purposely stole Gigai's favorite rabbit. Xiao Bao, who had a huge sister complex, was very unhappy. He glared at him, and used his eyes to condemn him. Bailey E ignored his anger and calmly picked a puppy-shaped pastry and put it on Xiao Guai's plate. Is this for me? It's so cute. Xiao Guai beamed. Brother E wasn't as autistic as her brother said. He even took the initiative to give it to her. Xiao Bao was even more unhappy. He had been with him for more than 10 days. Sigh, he didn't even look at him, let alone take the initiative to give him something. What a perverted guy. Xiao Bao cursed in his heart. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him. A black guy that looked like a panda landed on his plate. Humph, at least you have some conscience. Xiao Bao didn't hold back. He picked up the panda pastry and took a bite. The next second, he spat it into the trash can. Damn it, of all things you chose the peanut butter one. He hated peanut butter the most, you bastard. A smile quickly flashed across Bailey Yi's eyes. After spitting it out, Xiao Bao still felt a strange taste in his mouth, so he ran to the bathroom to rinse his mouth. The bathroom was next to the door, and the door wasn't locked. It was just ajar, so when Xiao Bao came out of the bathroom, he happened to hear someone talking to the housekeeper outside the door. Housekeeper, Mrs. Su called just now. She said that Miss Su is sick and wants the eldest young master to visit her. The housekeeper lowered his voice. Then go and report this to the old madam. Xiao Bao swayed his little butt and sat back in his seat. He poked Bailey E with his elbow. Let me tell you. I just heard from the servant that Su Yinxian is sick and wants your daddy to visit her. He snorted and continued. I'm guessing that your daddy definitely doesn't want to visit her. That's why she called here and used your great-grandmother to force your daddy. After saying that, he stared at Bai Li with a serious expression. If you're faking it, then this move of yours is quite successful. However, that hateful woman won't let you off so easily. She'll definitely have something else up her sleeve. You have to be careful. Bai Li's lips curled up, but he quickly returned to his expressionless face. It was so fast that Xiaobao thought that he was seeing things. Xiaobao's guess was right. The Su family called Bai Li Han and said that Su Yunqian was sick and wanted him to visit her. However, Bai Li Han politely refused. Mrs. Su then called the Su mansion, and the old madam immediately ordered Bai Li Han to visit Su Yunqian at the Su mansion. Bai Li Han was forced by the old madam to the point that he had no choice but to visit her after work. She was lying on the bed with a pale face. She seemed to be very sick. Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 138. Bai Li Han glanced at the bowl of porridge beside the bed. The porridge inside had not been touched at all. He frowned slightly. How can you not eat? What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to make it for you. Su Yunqian leaned against the headboard with a pillow behind her back. She shook her head delicately. No, I don't have an appetite. Mrs. Su came in with Bai Li Han. After hearing her daughter's words, she immediately became anxious. How can you do that? Yunqian, you haven't eaten anything for a whole day. Mommy, I really don't have an appetite. Su Yunqian forced a smile and comforted her. Mommy, I'm fine. You've taken care of me for a whole day. Have a good rest. Okay, then I won't disturb you. If there's anything, just get the servants to call me. Mrs. Su reminded her repeatedly. If there's anything you want to eat, just get the servants to make it for you. Don't starve. Su Yunqian smiled helplessly. Mommy, I know. Go and rest. Only she and Bai Li Han were left in the room. She shifted her body and Bai Li Han leaned over to help her sit up. You were fine yesterday. How did you get sick? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Have you seen a doctor? I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy. The smell of oil makes me feel a little nauseous. Maybe my stomach isn't too good. She gently held his hand, lowered her eyes and said softly, Han, are you only willing to come and see me when I'm sick? Then I'd rather be sick every day. Bai Li Han's body stiffened. He said lightly, Don't be silly. I'll accompany you to the hospital tomorrow and have a good checkup. There was a smile in her eyes. Although her face was pale, she was still stunningly beautiful. No need. I know my own body. There won't be any big problems. I'll be fine after a day of rest. You're so busy. How can I let you waste your time with me? He frowned. I'll only be relieved if you have a checkup. I'll pick you up tomorrow. She tilted her body and leaned on his shoulder naturally. I feel much better now that you're willing to come and see me. If you're still worried, you can send me to the hospital and then go to the company. Well, it's decided then. He didn't push her away and let her lean on his shoulder. Han, I'm a little sleepy. Can you sing for me? Her hand naturally rested on his chest as she leaned into his ear and whispered softly. When she spoke, her hot breath sprayed onto his ear. When she said the last word, her lips even brushed against his earlobe. His body suddenly tensed up. Almost instinctively, he pushed her away and stood up abruptly. Rest early. I'm leaving. He did not wait for her reply and quickly left. Su Yunqian looked at his tightly shut door. The frailness on her face had long faded away, and her fingers clutched the bedsheets tightly. It was already past 9 o'clock at night when Xia Dong walked out of the Autism Rehabilitation Training Center. She saw Lu Xing and Bai Li Yun facing each other, so she quickly squeezed between them to separate them. Fox, what are you doing here? Bai Li Yun put one hand in his trouser pocket and narrowed his fox-like eyes. He glanced at the expressionless Lu Xing and smirked. Didn't you say you were busy during the day? I had no choice but to look for you at night. Why didn't your fiancé come to pick you up? Xia Dong knew that he was upset because Lu Xing had stopped him. She smiled. Brother Shen has a social engagement tonight. Don't be angry. I'll treat you to supper. She waved her hand and motioned for Lu Xing to take 2 steps back and not follow him so closely. Bai Li Yun saw her little gesture and felt much better. He snorted at Lu Xing proudly and said lazily, Well, since you're so sincere, I'll do you the honor of having supper with you. However, I'll have to choose the location. No problem, I'll listen to you. However, I only have an hour and a half, so I can't choose a place that's too far away. There was no housekeeper at home now, so she did not feel safe leaving the 2 children alone at home. Don't worry, it's very close. I'll drive. You can rest first. Bailey Yin snatched the car keys from her hand and drove the car over. Xia Dong sat in the passenger's seat, while Lu Xing squatted in the back seat, as if she did not exist. Bailey Yin took her to a private restaurant. The environment was elegant and quiet. He had already reserved a private room and let her in with familiarity. The 2 of them ordered and Xia Dong asked, "Fox, why are you looking for me?" Bailey Yin blinked his fox-like eyes. "I want to introduce you to a friend." "Who is it?" He looked at his watch. "Wait for another 10 minutes. He'll be here soon." Before their dishes were served, the friend that Bailey Yin was talking about arrived. Although he was not as handsome as Bailey Yin, he had a gentle and elegant temperament, giving people a sense of trust at first sight. He smiled gently. "Miss Xia, nice to meet you. My name is Lin Yi, I'm Yun's friend." Xia Dong smiled and reached out her hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lin. I'm Fox's friend too." "Fox." Lin Yi looked at Bailey Yin with a smile. "Yun, this nickname suits you very well. As cunning as a fox." Bailey Yin brushed the hair in front of his forehead and chuckled. "I'll take it as a compliment." "Xia Xia, don't be fooled by this guy's appearance. He's the blackest on the inside. Also, his personality is a little, twisted, Xia Dong." Lin Yi smiled. "Miss Xia, don't be scared by him. It's because I study psychology that this guy thinks I have a psychological problem. Of course, this is just his wishful thinking." Xia Dong looked at Bailey Yin meaningfully. "Mr. Lin, I can only say that I sympathize with you." With Bailey Yin's glib tongue, how could a gentle person like Lin Yi win against him? Lin Yi smiled, his voice as gentle as jade. Bailey Yin smiled. "Xia Xia, that's where you're wrong. I'm the one who deserves your sympathy. You don't know that when we were in America, this guy liked to use me as a test subject every time he learned something new. For example, hypnotism." Lin Yi countered calmly. "Why don't you say that I treated you like a patient and persuaded you for hours just to pull you back to the right path?" Xia Dong was curious. "Mr. Lin, did Fox do something that led him astray?" Lin Yi cleared his throat. Bailey Yin jumped up from his chair and covered his mouth impatiently. "Don't say it." Lin Yi blinked and signaled for him to let go. He threatened again. "Don't say it or I'll kill you." "All right, let's change the topic so that there won't be a murder." Xia Dong held back her laughter and helped Lin Yi out of the situation. Bailey Yin winked at Lin Yi after the crisis was resolved. The meaning was obvious. "Don't say anything, or I'll kill you." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and replied with a look. "That depends on my mood." Bailey Yin's face darkened, and was about to explode when Xia Dong, who had been watching them flirt with each other, quickly said, "I'm sorry to interrupt your flirting. I want to know, have you known each other for a long time?" "Who's flirting with that guy?" Bailey Yin distanced himself from Lin Yi in disgust. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows in amusement. "Don't call me that. I'm your senior." He looked at Xia Dong and explained, "When I was in America, I went to the same university as Yun. In fact, we haven't seen each other for more than 5 years. If I didn't meet Yun at Bailey's house, I wouldn't have known that he was in a city." Bailey Yin seemed to have recalled something and smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. "Xia Xia, do you still remember the first time we met? You threw yourself into my arms. That day was the first day I returned to the country." "Hey, I want to correct you. That was not throwing myself into your arms. I was just avoiding someone's pursuit." Xia Dong was speechless. At that time, Bailey Han was chasing her with bodyguards. She had no choice but to ask for his help. Bailey Yin crossed his arms and leaned against the chair leisurely. He shrugged nonchalantly. "It's okay. I know you're shy." Xia Dong was speechless. "Thank you for your understanding." Bailey Yin raised his eyebrows. "Xia Xia, Lin Yi is now a psychotherapist. Aren't you curious about who his latest patient is?" Xia Dong's brain spun quickly and she was shocked. Mr. Lin, are you treating Bailey E? He mentioned that he went to Bailey's house. Lin E smiled, his eyes gentle and wise. Yes. I heard from Yin that you've taken part in an autistic rehabilitation course, and you've learned quite a bit about it. It just so happens that my assistant took a wedding leave yesterday. If you're willing to replace her and work for me for half a month, I'd be very grateful. Xiaodong stared at him in disbelief for a few seconds. She suddenly looked at Bailey Yun. His charming eyes were smiling, and he nodded at her gently. She immediately felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She pursed her lips and turned back to Lin Yi with a bright smile. Mr. Lin, thank you. You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank that kid Yin. He said a lot of good things to me. Lin Yi said humorously. I think he said all the good things he's going to say to me in advance. Xiaodong knew that Bailey Yin must have put in a lot of effort to make her a temporary assistant. On the way home, she thanked him sincerely. Fox, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have the chance to meet Xiao Yi. Bai Liyun's lips curved up. Don't listen to Lin Yi's nonsense. His assistant is on leave, and you have the knowledge in this area. If I introduce you to him, he'll be more than happy. Xiaodong knew that he said this because he didn't want her to feel burdened. She was even more grateful. He reminded her. Xia, from tomorrow onwards, you'll be Lin Yi's assistant. I'm worried that Grandma and the others will recognize you and misunderstand you. It's best if you disguise yourself. Yes, I've thought about that. I'll be careful. She had thought about how to disguise herself when they were eating. She had to make it so that no one could recognize her. She couldn't bring trouble to Lin Yi. Attention Hongcha 866. Chapter 139. Early the next morning, Bailey Han drove to the Su family home. After sending Su Yinqian to the hospital, he gave her a few more instructions before leaving. After he left, Su Yinqian dialed an unknown number. Xiaoxi, I've already arranged for the surgery. Come to the first hospital now, said Xiaoxi, who was the young woman whom she had bumped into outside the gynecology and obstetrics department the other day. Half an hour later, Xiaoxi appeared in front of Su Yinqian, wearing a cap and a surgical mask. Su Yinqian almost couldn't recognize her if she hadn't taken the initiative to greet her. Don't be afraid, no one will find out who you are. Let's go over now. Su Yinqian led Xiaoxi out of the hospital and hailed a taxi. After driving for a while, the taxi pulled over in front of an old building. They had arrived at a private clinic where the clinic would not ask for any information about the patients. As long as the patients were willing to pay, the clinic would perform the abortion procedure on them. The confidentiality of the procedure was very high. Of course, the fees charged here were much higher than those charged in official hospitals. Su Yinqian had already made an appointment with a doctor long ago. After Xiaoxi entered, she immediately lay down on the operating table. More than 2 hours later, she walked out of the operating theater with the help of the nurse Mississippi. Her face was as pale as a sheet. Su Yinqian stopped playing games on her mobile phone and looked up at her. Can you still walk? Yes. Xiaoxi grabbed her handbag and cap from the rack and said, Miss Chen, let's find a place where we can talk. Su Yinqian did not tell Xiaoxi her real name, and lied to her that her surname was Chen. When they made their way downstairs, Su Yinqian kindly held onto Xiaoxi's arm, and she was extremely grateful for her help. In the quiet cafe, Xiaoxi took out the medical report from her handbag and pushed it toward Su Yinqian. Miss Chen, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Su Yinqian calmly placed the medical report into her purse and retrieved a bank card from her wallet. I deposited some money into someone else's account. There's 10,000 yuan in here, and the password is your mobile number. Xiaoxi, take good care of yourself. Women should treat themselves well. If you don't cherish yourself, who else will? Miss Chen, thank you. Lil, she grabbed the bank card with tears welling up in her reddened eyes, making her look extremely pitiful. Su Yinqian raised her brows slightly and said, Xiaoxi, we're fated to meet, so let me remind you. The man who impregnated you might not really love you. He didn't even accompany you during such an important surgery. Tears rolled down Xiaoxi's face and she sobbed. No, that's not it. I was humiliated. Hence, She was not looking forward to the arrival of this child at all. She did not dare to tell anyone about this matter, including her parents who loved her dearly. Su Yinqian was stunned. She had thought of many possibilities, but she did not expect this to be the case. She took out a piece of tissue and handed it to her. Just take it that you were bitten by a dog. You're still very young and you still have a long way to go. Women, you'll only be looked down upon by others when you're strong. Xiaoxi grabbed the tissue and stared blankly at her beautiful face. She smiled and said, "Take care." Her slender waist swayed as she walked out of Xiaoxi's line of sight gracefully. Su Yinqian put on her sunglasses and hailed a taxi. Her slender fingers touched her handbag, and her lips curled into a smug smile. With this inspection report, she could ask someone to make it her own. In the old mansion in Bailey, the butler greeted Lin Yi and the others warmly. "Dr. Lin, you're here. Please come in. This is?" The butler turned to look at Xiaodong. Xiaodong was wearing a white shirt and a black work attire that hid her slender figure. Her shiny black hair was tied up in a bun and her neat fringe covered her smooth forehead. She wore a pair of black-framed glasses, and her beautiful eyes were hidden behind the thick lenses. She looked very serious, just like a high school teacher who was patrolling around with a pointer. Linny smiled and introduced her. "This is my new assistant, Miss Yi. Xiaodong pushed her black-framed glasses up her nose bridge and said, "Hello, I'm Yi. Nice to meet you." Yi was also C. When she spoke, her voice was slightly hoarse. This was the effect of the pill that Xiaodong had gotten from Mikakito. "You flatter me. Dr. Lin, Miss Yi, this way please." The butler didn't pay too much attention to Xiaodong and led them to the second floor. Xiaodong was getting more and more nervous as they approached Bailey Yi's room. "We're here. Please come in." The butler walked them to the door and waited for them to enter before closing the door and standing guard outside. Linny glanced at Xiaodong. Her neat fringe and black-framed glasses covered half of her face, but he could see that she was nervous. Her eyes were fixed on Bailey Yi, who was sitting in front of the desk. Her hands were clenched into fists, as if she was trying to hold something back. Linny was surprised. She seemed to have some special feelings for Bailey Yi. When Bailey Yin asked him for help and offered this job to Xiaodong, he only said that Xiaodong was interested in autistic children and needed a job. Now, it seemed like there was more to it than meets the eye. He smiled and said gently, "See, let's get to work." Xiaodong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Okay." During the therapy, Xiaodong realized that Lin Yi was really an amazing therapist. He had a complete treatment plan for Xiao Yi. In the first 3 months of therapy, he mainly trained Xiao Yi to be able to sense the outside world. He wanted him to be able to receive information from the outside world, such as language, movement, color, shape, and even emotions. When she saw Xiao Yi smile in the interactive game, her heart almost melted. Lin Yi patted his head gently and praised with a smile. "Xiao Yi is really a genius. You only took 2 minutes to solve this riddle." Xiao Yi didn't say anything, but the light in his eyes shone even brighter. 1.5 hours passed quickly. It meant that the therapy for the day was about to end. Lin Yi looked up at Xiaodong. Throughout the therapy, her eyes were on Xiao Yi. That kind of loving gaze made even him think that she was Xiao Yi's mother. Xiaodong felt Lin Yi's probing gaze and quickly looked away. Her expression was slightly flustered. Lin Yi smiled. "See, please take out the Jiuquan rings for me." "Okay." Xiaodong took out the Jiuquan rings from the box Lin Yi brought with him and handed it to him. "See, give this to Xiao Yi." "Oh, okay." Nervousness gripped her heart. She squatted down and looked at Xiao Yi at eye level. She held the Jiuquan rings in front of him. "Xiao Yi, this is the Jiuquan rings." Bailey Yi ignored her, raising his head to look at Lin Yi as if to ask him why he had given him the 9 rings. Lin Yi smiled. "If you can solve the Jiuquan rings in 2.5 minutes, I'll take you out to play for a day." Bailey Yi's eyes flashed. "Are you willing to accept the challenge?" This was faster than the Guinness World Record. It was impossible for a normal child to achieve this goal in such a short time, but Xiao Yi was different. His IQ was many times higher than other children his age. Bailey Yi lowered his eyes as if thinking. 2 seconds later, he reached out his small hand and took the Jiuquan rings from Xiaodong. Lin Yi smiled gently. Xiao Yi, I hope that one day, I can hear you say okay, I accept the challenge, in a proud voice. Bailey Yi didn't respond to Lin Yi's words. All his attention was on the Jiuquan rings. The rings were small and delicate, very suitable for children. His soft fingers moved quickly, and the rings made a crisp knocking sound. Xiao Yi, I'll see you in 2 days. I'm looking forward to your performance. Lin Yi patted his head. Xia Dong looked at him reluctantly and followed Lin Yi out of the Bailey house. Lin Yi smiled gently in the car. Where do you live? I'll send you back. Xia Dong paused. Don't you have work in the afternoon? Lin Yi tilted his head to look at her, a teasing smile on his face. Yin has already told me that you'll only be my assistant when I go to House Bailey for outpatient treatment. He also specifically told me not to do anything to you. Xia Dong was embarrassed. Mr. Lin, Yin was joking. Please don't take it to heart. I'm your temporary assistant now. If I'm absent, I'll cause trouble for you. Don't worry. I'm only at the Bailey house. When I'm at the clinic, I can handle it myself. He smiled. So don't worry and go do your work. I'll see you in 2 days. Lin Yi would only treat Bailey Yi every 2 days. Thank you so much. Xia Dong was so grateful that she didn't know what to say. At the same time, she was also grateful to Bailey Yun in her heart. Xia Dong had to pretend to be 2 people in 1 day and appear at the Bailey house. It was a little stressful. She changed into a plain floral dress. Her long hair was curled into big waves and fell over her shoulders. Her fringe was combed to the side, revealing her smooth forehead and willowy eyebrows. After taking off her black-rimmed glasses, her eyes were bright. She was worried that the housekeeper would recognize her, so she put on some light makeup to make herself look more attractive. Although the housekeeper took a second look at her because of her beautiful makeup, he didn't associate her with the rigid Yi Si. Xia Dong saw with her own eyes that Xiao Yi's condition was getting better in the morning. Even if she couldn't see him now, her mood was much calmer. After greeting the servants, she went to the garden to take a stroll. Bailey's garden was very beautiful, and it took up a lot of space. She found a lounge chair under the shade of a tree and lay down leisurely. The cool breeze blew, and it was very comfortable. She couldn't help but close her eyes and put her hands on her stomach habitually. She was already more than 2 months pregnant, and was a little sleepy. Lying here comfortably made her sleepy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard footsteps. She opened her eyes and saw Bailey Han holding Su Yunqian's arm walking towards her. Attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 140. Standing together, they really looked like a perfect couple. Watching them walk over, Xia Dong couldn't help but recall the scene of them walking down the red carpet hand in hand during the wedding rehearsal. Miss Xia, how have you been? Su Yunqian spoke first with a gentle smile. Bailey Han let go of Su Yunqian's arm and frowned. Why aren't you in the living room? It was so hot outside. Wasn't she afraid of getting sunburned? Xia Dong had already stood up from the recliner and smiled lightly. I thought it was beautiful outside, so I came out for a walk. If you have something to do, don't worry about me. I'll look around. Bailey Han was a workaholic. He was rarely late and left early. Coming back so early and with Su Yunqian, he must have something to deal with. Bailey Han nodded and held Su Yunqian's arm with one hand as they walked to the living room. Xia Dong lay down again. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Yi Lu jogged over. Miss Xia, young master asked me to serve you. Are you thirsty? Do you like tea or other drinks? Xia Dong thought for a moment. Please give me a glass of orange juice. Thank you. Okay, please wait a moment. Xiao Lu quickly brought her a glass of fresh orange juice. She also held a fan in her hand. After placing the orange juice on the wooden table, she stood beside her and gently fanned her. Xia Dong quickly grabbed her hand. No need, Xiao Lu. I'm not hot. Miss Xia, you don't have to be polite with me. This is young master's order. She was shocked when young master suddenly asked the butler to call her over from the kitchen. She thought she had done something wrong. She didn't expect young master to ask her to chat with Miss Xia to relieve her boredom and serve her. Xia Dong was both amused and speechless. Bailey Han, the host, was really enthusiastic. He was afraid that she, a guest, would be neglected. On the other side, Bailey Han and Su Yinqian entered the study and sat opposite the old madam. Bailey Han said, "Yinqian, Grandma is here now. You can speak now." In the morning, he sent Su Yinqian to the hospital for a checkup. In the afternoon, he received a call from her, saying that the results of the checkup were out, but she wanted to tell the results in front of the old lady. Su Yinqian's charming cheeks were dyed with a touch of red as she embarrassedly said, "Han, I'm not deliberately keeping you in suspense. I just don't know how to say it." The old madam smiled. "What are you doing? Why are you being so secretive? Yinqian, if you have anything to say, just say it. Grandma will help you." Su Yinqian bit her lip. Finally, under her expectant gaze, she said softly, "Grandma, I'm pregnant." "Pregnant?" The old madam looked at Bailey Han in astonishment. She knew that her eldest grandson had always been restrained and courteous. When did the two of them develop to this point? Bailey Han's breathing suddenly stopped. His deep eyes were filled with shock and his heart was in a mess. She was actually pregnant that night. Xiao Yi had not recovered yet, and she had not been cleared of suspicion. She was actually pregnant. Even when he was 16 years old and alone on an isolated island to survive, he did not feel this way. He was helpless and at a loss. It was as if a strong hand had grabbed his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his blood flow was not smooth. Su Yinqian took out the checkup report from her bag and placed it in front of them. "I'm 7 weeks pregnant." Bailey Han took the checkup report. It was clearly written on it that she was 7 weeks pregnant. No wonder she felt nauseous. It was a pregnancy reaction. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Yinqian, I don't want this child." "No, Han, you can't do this to me." Su Yinqian's face instantly paled. She said agitatedly, "Han, this is our child. Do you remember what you promised me? You said that you would give birth to the child if you were pregnant. How can you say that you don't want the child now?" Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. She grabbed his arm and begged, "Han, let me give birth to the child, okay?" Bailey Han's body stiffened. His deep eyes had a complicated expression. He held her hand. "Yinqian, I'm sorry. Xiao Yi is suffering from autism now. I don't have the energy to take care of another child. Also, I don't want Xiao Yi to think that I'm giving up on him. Then you're heartlessly abandoning our child? He's already 7 weeks pregnant." Su Yinqian stroked her abdomen with heartache. "No matter what happens to us, the child is innocent. I beg you, let him live." She cried so miserably that tears rolled down her face. Bailey Han frowned. He wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the old madam's sudden slamming of the table. The old madam glared at Bailey Han. "Han, what do you mean you don't want the child? Since Yinqian is pregnant, you have to take responsibility. Marry her and let her give birth to the child." Although Bailey Han felt guilty, he insisted on his opinion. "Grandma, Xiao Yi's illness has just improved. If I marry Yinqian now, it will definitely agitate him." The old madam's expression stiffened. She sighed. "I know, but Yinqian is pregnant now. If you let an unmarried woman like her have an abortion, what will happen to her reputation? We, the Bailey family, can't do such an immoral thing. At worst, you can get the marriage certificate first. As for the wedding, wait until Xiao Yi recovers." Yinqian's child needed a legal identity. Su Yinqian sobbed pitifully. Bailey Han looked at her like this. He felt heartache and guilt, and his heart almost softened. However, when he thought of the thrilling scene when Xiao Yi fell down the stairs, he hardened his heart. "Grandma, I don't agree. I won't get married for the time being. The child can't be kept." Bailey Han said the last 3 words with difficulty. His heart ached fiercely and he felt guilty. Compared to the unborn child, he cared more about Xiao Yi. "Bailey Han, you're so cruel. Since you don't want to marry me, then the child has nothing to do with you. Even if people laugh at me, I want to give birth to the child. Don't worry, I won't use the child to ask you for anything." She grabbed the checklist from the table and angrily crumpled it into a ball. She suddenly got up and ran to the door. "Yinqian, Yinqian." The old madam picked up her walking stick and anxiously leaned on the floor. "Han, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after her. She's pregnant now. What if something happens?" Bailey Han pursed his thin lips and stood there for more than 10 seconds. He suddenly turned around and chased after her. The old madam leaned on the floor and sighed. Sigh, how did things turn out like this? Xia Dong was leisurely chatting with little Lu when Su Yinxian suddenly ran past them. She covered half of her face and looked very sad. Just as she ran past, Bailey Han quickly chased after her. Thus Xia Dong and little Lu witnessed a dramatic scene. Bailey Han grabbed Su Yinxian's wrist from behind. Su Yinxian wanted to shake him off, but she didn't succeed. Instead, she was pulled into his arms. Xia Dong coughed awkwardly. Well, little Lu, it's about time. I'll go to the living room and wait for Xiaobao. I should go back to the kitchen to work. Little Lu cooperated and helped her up. The two of them quickly left the place. Su Yinxian struggled and pushed Bailey Han's chest. Let go of me. I don't want you to care about me. Yinxian, stop it. Bailey Han didn't know what to say. He could only hug her tighter. You're pregnant. Don't be too emotional. Didn't you say you don't want this child? Why do you care so much about me? If something happens to me, you should be happy. Don't say things out of anger. I know I'm in the wrong. Bailey Han gently patted her back, trying to calm her down. Yinxian, let's calm down first and think about what to do, okay? She choked. I'm very calm. I insist on keeping the child. Bailey Han was silent for a moment. Yinxian, give me another half a month. If things still don't turn for the better, we'll get the marriage certificate first. She looked at him expectantly, her hand grasping his arm. What about the child? He didn't say what she wanted to hear, as what she wanted to hear. Instead, he softened his voice. Yinxian, we can still have children in the future. No, it's different. Every child is an angel bestowed by God to their parents. They're all unique. No matter how many children we have in the future, they won't be him. Tears quickly gathered in her eyes. Her weak appearance was heartbreaking. His heart suddenly ached. That was his child. Although it was only a month old, they were still connected by flesh and blood. His originally firm thoughts began to waver. He hugged her tightly and said in a low voice, Give me some more time. Let me think about it. Okay, I'll give you time. Think about it carefully. I'm tired. Take me home. She slowly let go of his waist. She was weak and tired. On the balcony on the second floor, the two little guys saw the scene through binoculars. Xiaobao threw the binoculars aside and sighed. Although I can't hear what they're saying, I'm guessing it's not something good. Xiaoyi didn't answer. He also threw the binoculars aside, but his eyes became serious. Xiaobao patted his shoulder. Bailey E, let me remind you. You have to quickly think of a way to find out what's going on. Otherwise, when their old feelings reignite, you'll be crying your eyes out. Yesterday, Bailey Han was still cold and indifferent towards Su Yinxian. When Su Yinxian was sick, the old madam had to suppress Bailey Han to visit her. What exactly happened? Overnight, Bailey Han started to pull Su Yinxian again? Xiaobao rubbed his chin as he thought hard. The adult's emotional world was really complicated. Bailey E wasn't anxious at all. He picked up the 9 consecutive rings from the table and started to untie them. His indifferent expression made Xiaobao go crazy. Forget it. If the emperor isn't anxious, why should I worry about it? You play by yourself. I'm going downstairs to find my mommy. Xiaobao ran away angrily. Ad Hongcha 866. Chapter 141. Xiaobao ran off in a huff. Xiaoyi used 5 minutes to undo the 9 consecutive rings, and threw them aside. He straightened his little body and went upstairs to look for his grandmother. Old Madam was still worried sick at heart when a soft little body fell into her arms. She looked down and was immediately surprised and happy. Her eyes stung. Oh, my little sweetheart. Why did you think of going upstairs to look for great-grandmother? Ever since she developed autism, this was the first time Xiaoyi took the initiative to get close to her. How could she not be surprised? She picked him up from the ground and placed him on her lap. She stroked his hair with her aged hand and guided him patiently. Baby E, tell great-grandma. Do you miss great-grandma? Xiaoyi's little head nodded gently. Baby E was willing to communicate with her. The old madam's eyes immediately moistened. She hugged him tightly and choked with sobs. Good boy, good boy. If Ahan knew that Xiaoyi could understand what they were saying and was even willing to respond, he would definitely be very happy. This thought flashed across the old madam's mind. However, immediately after, she recalled Su Yunqian's pregnancy. Worry surged into her heart again, and she couldn't help but sigh. However, her sleeve was tugged. Xiaoyi stared at her with sparkling eyes. His little head was tilted, and he looked confused and worried. The old madam smiled kindly and stroked his head. Great-grandma is fine. If baby E is willing to talk to great-grandma will be even happier. Xiaoyi's big clear eyes blinked. Suddenly, she reached out and pointed at the photo on the desk. In the photo, Bailey Han was carrying Xiaoyi. The father and son's expressions were exactly the same, solemn and serious. The old madam chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Do you miss your daddy? He just came back but left again. When he comes back tonight, he will accompany you well." Xiaoyi nodded sensibly. Her precious little great-grandson had finally taken a turn for the better. The old madam was filled with emotions. The grandmother and grandson sat side by side on the sofa, each holding a book in their hands. The old lady turned her head to look at the little one beside her from time to time. His expression seemed to be a little sad. She leaned forward in surprise and found that he was reading Oliver Twist. The plot was about how Oliver lost his mother when he was just born and was sent to an orphanage. She reached out and stroked his hair, saying gently, although Oliver was an orphan, he met his maternal grandfather in the end. His maternal grandfather loved him very much, just like how great-grandmother loved baby E. Xiaoyi looked up at her, her clear eyes sparkling. She smiled and hugged him, taking the book from his hands. Great-grandma knows this story. Great-grandma will tell you, okay? He nodded Gigai. His pink cheeks puffed up slightly, and two cute little dimples were embedded in them. The old madam's gentle voice rang in the study. After she finished telling the story, she couldn't help but be filled with emotions. She stroked Xiaoyi's hair, testing his thoughts. Baby E, do you want another person to love you? Xiaoyi pursed his lips and tilted his head to look at her seriously, as if he didn't understand what she was trying to say. She smiled. If Auntie Yunqian lived with us and loved you like great-grandmother, would you like that? He fell silent. Just when the old madam thought that he wouldn't respond, he suddenly jumped out of her arms and ran to the front of the desk. He wiggled his butt and climbed onto the chair, taking the photo of him and Bailey Han from the desk into his arms. His cheeks were puffed up, and his eyes were round, revealing a guarded and angry expression. His actions and expression said everything. He didn't want Su Yunqian to steal his daddy away. The old madam's smile froze. She hesitated for a moment and carefully probed. Then if Xiaoyi had a younger brother like Xiao Bao or a cute younger sister like Xiao Guai, would Xiaoyi be happy? Xiaoyi was stunned and seemed to be at a loss. Then, tears quickly gathered in his eyes and fell down like beads. He didn't cry or howl. He just cried quietly. His heartbroken look made the old madam's heart ache. She quickly pulled him into her arms. Baby E, don't cry. Don't cry. Let's not have a younger brother or sister. Baby E is the only one in the family, okay? Baby, don't cry. You're breaking great-grandmother's heart. When Bailey Han came back at night, he heard from the old madam that Xiaoyi was crying. He didn't feel good either. He walked into his son's room with complicated emotions. Xiaoyi, who had just gotten better, seemed to be sealed in his own world again. He refused to let the servants near him, and refused to let light in the room. All the windows were tightly covered by curtains. Bailey Han walked into the room, and suddenly entered a dark world. He could only see a trace of light in the middle of the room. A small shadow sat in front of the light. He had just turned on the light when he heard his son's shrill scream. He had no choice but to turn it off quickly. He walked behind his son and saw that he was holding a small laptop and watching a video. Bailey Han's eyes swept across the video. His eyebrows twitched. The room in the video was too familiar. It was his own room. In the video, he and Yunqian were watching a movie on the sofa. Then, Yunqian went into the bathroom to take a shower while he went downstairs to take a shower. A few seconds later, Yunqian suddenly walked out of the bathroom. She took something out of her handbag, opened the red wine bottle, and put the thing in. Bailey Han's heart suddenly tightened. A thought suddenly entered his mind. A small figure suddenly appeared in the video. He was holding a bottle of red wine, and climbed onto the chair with difficulty. He replaced the bottle of red wine with something. Bailey Han suddenly turned his head, and stared at his son sitting next to him with dark eyes. He tried hard to control his emotions and didn't want to scare him, but damn it! His son actually installed a surveillance camera in his room. He frantically and angrily searched his brain to see if he had done anything that was inappropriate for children. Although there were some scenes that made his face blush and his heart beat faster, at least it was under control. Even so, Bailey Han's cheeks were still a little hot. Fortunately, it was dark and his son couldn't see it. Concerns flashed through his mind, and several thoughts leaped into his mind. He was both shocked and in disbelief. Through this video, he could deduce that Yun Qian wanted to drug him that night, but his son replaced it with sleeping pills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly fallen asleep in the middle of the night. In the dark, the father and son sat in front of the computer in silence. After some time, Bailey Han placed his hands on Xiao Yi's shoulders and said with an unprecedented sternness, "Xiao Yi, stop your peeping immediately. I'll let bygones be bygones. If I find out about it again in the future, I'll punish you without mercy." Xiao Yi ignored him and didn't respond at all. Bailey Han thought about his current situation, and his tone softened a little. "Xiao Yi, delete all these things. If they leak out, it will cause a negative impact." Xiao Yi's fingers moved a few times and the video was completely deleted. Bailey Han rubbed his hair to show his affirmation. "Xiao Yi, did you put sleeping pills in the red wine?" He nodded. His guess was confirmed. Bailey Han frowned. He had fallen asleep, so nothing must have happened between him and Yun Qian. Did she really lie to him? Too many things had happened today. Bailey Han needed to calm down. Bailey Han sat alone on the recliner on the balcony. Facing the bright starry sky, he slowly closed his eyes and put aside all his personal feelings. He began to calmly and rationally sort out the series of events. A moment later, his eyes suddenly opened. His deep eyes were filled with coldness. He took out his phone and dialed the number of his family doctor, Suzha. "Suzha, do you know any Chinese medicine practitioners? I would like to ask you for a favor." Asterisk. In the middle of the night, Xia Dong suddenly woke up. Her forehead was full of sweat. She was still in shock and turned on the bedside lamp. She glanced at the clock. It was only 1 o'clock in the morning. She dreamed that she had given birth. Lying on the hospital bed, she was in so much pain that she was about to faint. After giving birth with great difficulty, the doctor brought the child to her. It turned out to be a deformed child with atrophied limbs. She stroked her abdomen with both hands in fear. As the pregnancy grew longer, the worry in her heart grew deeper. She didn't know if the medicine she injected would affect the child's development. She couldn't fall asleep after changing several positions. She unkindly dialed Yi Siki's phone. The phone rang for a long time before it finally got through. Yi Siki's irritable voice pierced through the air. "Xiaodong." Xiaodong quickly moved the phone away from her ear and laughed. "Yezi, sorry to disturb your rest, get lost. You better have something serious to say. Otherwise, I'll crawl out of your phone and strangle you." Yi Siki was worried that she would wake her husband up, so she went to the living room after answering the phone. "Then hurry up and crawl over. I need you to comfort me." "What's wrong?" Yi Siki caught the change in her mood and pricked up his ears. Xiaodong touched her abdomen. "I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that I gave birth to a deformed child." Yi Siki paused and softened his voice. "Don't think too much. Even our Shihao said that although the medicine will affect the fetus, you didn't absorb much of it, so it shouldn't be a problem." "But the medicine is very strong." Yi Siki interrupted her. "Xia, listen to me. It's useless to worry about these things now. Whether the child is deformed or not, you have to give birth to it for Xiao Guai's sake." Xia Dong leaned against the pillow dejectedly. Siki was right. Worrying about these things now was a waste of energy. Even if the fetus was affected by the medicine and became deformed, she had to give birth to it. "Xia, don't think too much. What you need to do now is to take care of your body. I'm planning to take Nyonyo to the aquarium this weekend. Do you want to bring Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai along? Xiaodong smiled. Okay, then we've made an appointment. Hurry up and go to sleep. I'm fine now. Are you really fine? I'm really fine. Just treat it as my prenatal depression acting up. I'm full of energy now. Ad. Xingwu 799. Chapter 142. Han, why did we stop here? Didn't you say we were going to an art exhibition? In the car, Su Yunqian looked out of the window in surprise. They were now parked opposite a traditional Chinese medicine hall. Grandma hasn't been sleeping well recently. I heard that this traditional Chinese medicine hall has an exclusive secret prescription for insomnia. Bailey Han opened the door for her. In the traditional Chinese medicine hall, there was a gray-haired old doctor in charge. Bailey Han told him what he needed, and the old doctor asked a young doctor to take out a package of Chinese medicine. Bailey Han grabbed Su Yunqian's wrist and said with a smile, Yunqian, didn't you have a pregnancy reaction, nausea and a bad appetite? Let Dr. Su take a look at you. Su Yunqian's eyes flashed with a flash of panic. No, I'm fine today. Yunqian, pregnancy is a big deal. You can't be careless. Gigai, listen to me and let Dr. Su take a look. Bailey Han smiled very gently. He held her shoulders. It seemed gentle, but his strength was very strong. She couldn't resist at all, and was forced to sit on the stool opposite Dr. Su. Madam, please stretch out your right hand. Dr. Su smiled kindly. Su Yunqian's face changed. She hesitated and refused to stretch out her hand. Dr. Su, I'm fine. I won't trouble you. She wanted to get up, but Bailey Han stood behind her. He held her shoulders with both hands and slowly pressed her down. He smiled gently. Yunqian, Dr. Su is known as a gynecologist. If you want him to treat you, you have to make an appointment half a month in advance. Don't be childish. Let Dr. Su treat you quickly. Han. Su Yunqian was flustered and didn't know what to say. Alright, stop messing around. The smile on Bailey Han's face was devoid of any warmth, making people shudder. He pressed her shoulders with one hand and suddenly grabbed her right hand with the other hand and put it on the table. Dr. Su, please. Dr. Su touched his beard with one hand and felt Su Yunqian's pulse with the other. Su Yunqian looked at Dr. Su, whose eyes were slightly closed. Every second felt like a year. When she saw him suddenly open his eyes, she was shocked. Her momentary panic and loss of composure fell into Bailey Han's eyes. The smile on his face faded as he politely asked, Dr. Su, how is it? Su Yunqian's heart was in her throat. Dr. Su said slowly, Mr. Bailey, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Your wife is not pregnant. Bailey Han's eyes narrowed. His sharp gaze instantly shifted to the pale Su Yunqian. However, it was only for a short second before he regained his courteous appearance. He smiled and nodded at Dr. Su. Dr. Su, thank you for your hard work. However, I have to correct one thing. Miss Su is not my wife. Su Yunqian felt as if her heart had fallen into an ice cellar. She still wanted to make a final struggle. Her face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? I did an ultrasound at the hospital. The doctor clearly said that I'm 7 weeks pregnant. Dr. Su frowned and was a little unhappy. Miss Su, I've been practicing medicine for more than 70 years, and I've never made a mistake. Whether you're pregnant or not, I'll know by taking your pulse. Bailey Han glanced at her indifferently. His gaze was as cold as iron. She suddenly trembled, and the words that she wanted to say were all suppressed. She didn't know how she followed Bailey Han out of the clinic. When she came back to her senses, she was already in the car. Bailey Han's face was cold as he started the car without a word. Su Yunqian looked at his side profile, and only saw a pair of malicious and cold eyes. She called his name softly. Han, he said calmly. Yunqian, I didn't expect you to lie to me. Su Yunqian was shocked. She knew his temper very well. The angrier he was, the calmer he would be. She quickly said, No, I didn't. Han, there must be something wrong. Let's go to another hospital and have a proper examination, okay? Something wrong? His voice was so calm that it was almost emotionless. Do you mean that the ultrasound in the hospital made a mistake, Or that Dr. Su made a mistake in taking your pulse. Dr. Su is not a god. How can he know whether I'm pregnant just by taking my pulse? Tears gathered in her eyes. She looked so pitiful, but unfortunately he didn't look at her at all. Bailey Han said lightly, "Okay, then let's go to the hospital for another examination." "Let's go to the first hospital. I have Dr. Zhang's phone number so we can make an appointment in advance." "No, let's go to another hospital." Bailey Han didn't choose the first hospital, where she did the examination last time. Instead, he changed directions and drove to the City People's Hospital. He booked the number of Lin Shihao, the director of obstetrics and gynecology. There weren't many people in the obstetrics and gynecology department today. There were only 2 people in front of Su Yinqian. As time passed, her heart was in a mess, and she didn't know how to deal with it. Bailey Han received work-related calls from time to time. He walked to the corridor to answer them. Su Yunqian's eyes moved, and she had an idea. She quickly sent a text message to her mother on her cell phone. When it was almost Su Yunqian's turn to go in, Bailey Han received a call from old madam. He looked at the closed office door and pressed the answer button. When the nurse called Su Yunqian's name, Bailey Han was still talking to old madam. Su Yunqian hurried into Lin Shihao's office. Lin Shihao was the only one in the office. She went straight to the point and said, "Dr. Lin, I have a favor to ask of you." She quickly filled out a check and pushed it in front of Lin Shihao. "As long as you say that I'm 7 weeks pregnant, it's yours." Lin Shihao glanced at the check. There were 6 zeros on it. It was indeed a big temptation. He might not be able to earn so much money even if he was a doctor for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in this. He just wanted to be a responsible doctor. He said lightly, "I'm sorry, I can't help you with this." Su Yinqian gritted her teeth. "This is only half of the reward. I'll pay you the other half after it's done." His lips curled into a mocking smile. "Miss Su, if you're here to see a doctor, I welcome you. If it's something else, please don't disturb my work." Lin Shihao, you should know the Su family's influence in City A. Since the temptation failed, Su Yunqian began to threaten him. She lowered her voice and her eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. There was a knock on the door. "Please come in." Su Yunqian quickly grabbed the check, and didn't forget to threaten Lin Shihao with her eyes. The door opened and Bailey Han walked in. His tall figure slowly walked over, giving Su Yunqian an inexplicable sense of oppression. He said lightly, "Dr. Lin, I'm the patient's fiancé. How's the checkup?" Lin Shihao recognized Bailey Han the moment he walked in. He was the man Xia Dong had secretly implanted. He didn't expect him to bring his fiancé here for a pregnancy checkup. What a coincidence. Lin Shihao smiled and said, "We're about to start. Miss Su, please lie down on the bed." With Bailey Han present, Su Yinqian didn't dare to threaten Lin Shihao openly. She could only hint at him with her eyes. Unfortunately, he ignored her threatening eyes and calmly announced the results of the checkup. "Miss Su, you're very healthy. You're not pregnant." In the hospital garden, Bailey Han and Su Yinqian sat side by side on a bench. Bailey Han said lightly, "Now what else do you want to say?" She hugged his arm. I really don't know how this happened. Han, you have to believe me." He pushed her hand away bit by bit and said in a bone-chilling voice, "Don't lie to me anymore. Yinqian, that night, you drugged the red wine. Unfortunately, Xiaoyi found out and Xiaoyi replaced your red wine with a red wine with sleeping pills. After that, I fell asleep. Actually, nothing happened that night." "No, that's not it. We already had sex. Han, you also saw the bloodstains on the sheets." Su Yunqian's heart had never been so flustered. Damn it. How did Bailey E know that she had drugged him? Bailey Han rubbed his temples. "You must have cut your finger and smeared the blood on the sheets. You know this better than I do, don't you? Yunqian, don't quibble anymore. I've already seen the video of you drugging him." Her face was pale and her shoulders slumped. She covered her face with her hands and cried helplessly. "Han, I'm sorry. I just love you too much. I was afraid that you would leave me. I thought that as long as I had your child, I would be able to hold on to your heart." Bailey Han didn't hug her and comfort her as usual. His trust in her was shattered by her own hands. Their relationship that was full of lies started to make him feel tired, painful, and deeply hurt. He armed himself with indifference. Su Yinqian, you disappoint me too much. It was the first time he called her by her full name. It seemed that he was really disappointed in her. She hurriedly grabbed his arm and cried without caring about her image. Don't go. I beg you, Han, forgive me just this once. I was just confused for a moment. I really was confused for a moment. He didn't turn back and only said coldly, Did Xiaoyi fall down the stairs because of you? No, I didn't. Su Yinqian denied repeatedly. Han, I've only lied once. Let's start over, okay? He frowned. I forgot that I shouldn't believe what you say anymore. I'm already very tired. Let's break up. She cried very sadly. We've been in love for 6 years. Han, how can you break up just like that? He stared at her coldly. You should know that I don't like scheming women. If it was in the past, he would still feel guilty when he mistakenly thought that he had taken her. But now he didn't even feel a little guilty. 6 years of feelings and 5 years of waiting. He waited for her to return from England, and thought that their relationship would blossom. He didn't expect so many twists and turns. He also didn't expect that the woman he loved deeply would become like this. He was very disappointed and heartbroken. He resolutely shook off her arm. Su Yinqian was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground. She staggered 2 steps and steadied herself by supporting herself on the edge of the chair. Bailey Han didn't turn back and strode away. Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 143. Bailey Han was extremely disappointed in Su Yinqian. No matter if she called or went to his office or home to look for him, he refused to meet her. What he didn't know was that Su Yinqian wouldn't let him go so easily. On Saturday, Xiaodong acted as Yi Xi's assistant and went to Bailey's house with Lin Yi. Before she left, she dressed herself up and made herself look old-fashioned and serious. The 2 brats rested their heads on their hands as they watched her fiddle with the clothes, commenting from time to time. Xiao Guai pouted. Mommy, you look so weird. You look like an old auntie who can't get married. Xiaobao knocked on Xiao Guai's forehead. Gigai, you're so stupid. Mommy is an old auntie who can't get married. Xiaodong turned around and rolled her eyes at them. Who said I can't get married? My suitors are lining up from here to the Pacific Ocean. Xiaobao sneered. Mommy, if you keep bragging, you'll be exposed. Xiao Guai giggled. Big brother, you're wrong. It's not that Mommy can't get married. Mommy doesn't want to get married. Xiaodong was moved to tears. She hugged her daughter. Daughters are really more caring than sons. I didn't waste my efforts to have a daughter. Xiaobao rolled his eyes. Mommy, do you need me to remind you that it's already 8:20? There's only 40 minutes left before you have to go to work. Ah, Dr. Lin must have been waiting for a long time. I'm going now. Bye, babies. After some chaos, Xiaodong finally left. Xiao Guai watched her mommy leave like a gust of wind. Big brother, I suddenly feel like we're so happy. Xiaobao was curious. Why? That's because mommy is the ever-changing Sakura. One moment, she's a strong woman, and the next moment she's like us. She's like a little kid. It's so interesting, Xiao Guai laughed happily. That's true, Hua. Xiaobao held her hand. Gigai, let's go. Big brother will teach you how to draw. When his mother was not around, as the only man in the family, he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of taking care of his sister. Xiaodong ran downstairs and found Bailey Yun leaning against the Lamborghini in a cool pose, waiting for her. Fox, why are you here? Xiaodong was curious why Lu Xing did not stop him. She looked around and did not see Lu Xing. She guessed that what she said to Mika Keto last time was effective. I'm sending you to work. When you get off work, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Bailey Yun blinked his foxy eyes and flicked the hair in front of his forehead. He looked so charming. Xiaodong got into the car and Bailey Yun drove off. She quickly grabbed the handrail, her face pale. What's wrong? I thought you weren't afraid of racing? She still looked so heroic when she won the motorcycle racing championship. She covered her mouth. Don't drive so fast. I want to vomit. Bailey Yun panicked when he heard her. He quickly slowed down and turned to ask her. How are you? Do you feel better? Xiaodong took a deep breath. I'm much better. He frowned. Are you not feeling well? I'll call Lin Yi and tell him that you're not going with him. I'll take you to the hospital. She quickly stopped him. No, it's okay. I didn't sleep well last night, so I felt a little nauseous. I'm fine now. He looked at her suspiciously. Are you really fine? I'm really fine. I can even go up the mountain and kill a tiger. Xiaodong patted her chest proudly. Bailey Yin looked at where she was pointing and suddenly burst out laughing. It's been so many years. Why haven't you developed? Xiaodong was angry. Even if she wasn't as voluptuous as the sexy goddess, she was still very voluptuous. She was very voluptuous. Okay. I'm just joking. Did you hurt your pride? Bailey Yin saw that someone was angry and quickly freed his hand to smooth her hair. He stroked her hair like how he stroked Lil P. Don't be angry. I was just saying. Xiaodong turned her head and ignored him. What a hardcore guy. Yo, you're really angry. Look at your puffy face. It's like a bun. I really want to pinch it. This guy really did what he said and rubbed her face like a bun. Xiaodong slapped the back of his hand and said angrily, my face is not a bun. No matter how much you rub it, there's no filling. Focus on driving. You're so annoying. They were bickering when they arrived at Lin Yi's clinic. Lin Yi had already checked his watch twice when he saw Bailey Yun escorting Xia upstairs like a protector. He couldn't help but tease. So you're the one who sent Xiaodong. No wonder she's late. Xiaodong, why didn't Mr. Beitang send you here last time? Bailey Yun immediately exploded and yelled at Lin Yi. Old Lin, are you my friend or not? How can you take revenge like this? Lin Yi put on his coat and prepared to go out. Of course I'm your friend. It's commonly known as a bad friend. F***ck off. Bailey Yun didn't hold back and kicked his butt. Unfortunately, handsome Lin Yi was agile and nimble and dodged. Xiaodong pretended that she didn't see anything and said calmly, Dr. Lin, I'm ready. We can go now. Bailey Yin wanted to go with them and insisted that Xiaodong sit in his car. Lin Yi said faintly, letting Xiaodong sit in your car? Is she your assistant? Bailey Yin gritted his teeth and secretly warned himself that he must remind Lin Yi a few more times to not have any ideas about Xiaodong. Since it was Saturday, Bailey Han didn't have to go to the company. When they arrived, he was also at home. Xiaodong was worried that he would recognize her. Fortunately, he only glanced at her and didn't say anything. He led them upstairs directly. Today's rehabilitation treatment went smoothly. After it was over, Lin Yi asked Xiao Yi about how he solved the 9 rings. Little Wingzi took out the 9 consecutive rings, and Xiaodong helped him time it. Exactly 2.5 minutes later, Little Wingzi had unlocked all 9 rings. Lin Yi patted his shoulder in surprise. Well done. I'll discuss with your parents and arrange a day out. Xiaodong squatted in front of him and smiled gently. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. He looked into her eyes without blinking, as though he could see through her internal organs. She pursed her lips and said, we'll be leaving first. See you next time. She really wanted to reach out and touch his face and hug his little body. They went out and turned right. Xiaodong looked down and didn't look around. She almost bumped into Bailey Han, who was coming up from downstairs. The two were very close to each other, almost touching each other. I'm sorry. She subconsciously stepped back. When she realized that she was on the stairs, her high heels were already on the edge of the next step. She lost her balance and her body swayed. She quickly grabbed the railing next to her. Bailey Han had already reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. It was a very familiar feeling. Because the two were so close, he could smell the faint fragrance on her body. It was also a very familiar smell. He suddenly stared at her face. Her long bangs covered her forehead, and the black-rimmed glasses covered her eyes. However, it couldn't hide her gaze. His gaze was very sharp and dangerous. Xiaodong felt like she was being seen through. She struggled. Mr. Bailey. Bailey Han ignored her. He raised his right hand and reached in front of her eyes. He was about to grab her glasses. Lin Yi suddenly coughed dryly. Mr. Bailey, I'm sorry. My assistant offended you. I have something to discuss with you. Do you have time now? Bailey Han paused and slowly retracted his hand. Of course, Dr. Lin. This way, please. He gave her a long look before brushing past her. Linny nodded at her and followed him upstairs. Xiaodong's hand tightened on the railing. She remembered his gaze when he went upstairs. She didn't know if he recognized her. She calmed down and went downstairs. She sat in the living room and waited for Lin Yi. She knew that Lin Yi wanted to talk to Bailey Han about bringing Xiao Yi out. Would Bailey Han agree? In less than 10 minutes, Bailey Han and Lin Yi came downstairs, talking and laughing. It seemed like the discussion went well. Xiaodong relaxed. However, in the next second, Bailey Han said, Miss Yi, there's something private I want to talk to you about. Private matter? What private matter could he have with Yi Si? Xiaodong wanted to cry. She didn't need to think too much. He must have recognized her. Since it was a private matter, Lin Yi didn't want to stop her. He could only give her a look that said, good luck. In the study, Bailey Han stood in front of the large desk. His handsome face was expressionless. His eyes were sharp and cold. Yi Si? Should I praise you? Your disguise skills are really superb. Xiaodong coughed. I can explain. Bailey Han looked at her coldly. Say it. Xiaodong smiled. It's because I've been interested in psychology recently, and I'm unemployed at home. So I wanted to find a job related to psychology. Applying to be Lin Yi's assistant was purely an accident. Do you think I'll believe you? Bailey Han looked at her with disdain. Even if you're interested in psychology, Lin Yi wouldn't hire a layman to be his assistant. Tell me, what's your purpose? Wearing high heels was really tiring. Xiaodong sat down. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I'm just concerned about your son. I want to know about his condition and treatment. So I asked Dr. Lin for help. He stared at her eyes. Why are you so concerned about my son? She looked back at him sincerely and said softly, I like him a lot. Also, I feel that he makes my heart ache. Do you remember what you said when you asked me to bring Xiao Bao to visit him? You said that Xiao Yi doesn't have any friends. It was this sentence that moved me. I'm a mother. I can understand your helplessness as a father and your heartache for your child. His hand couldn't help but fall on the frame of her glasses. He took it off, wanting to see the things in her eyes more clearly. Beauty novel Hongcha 866. Chapter 144. Bailey Han's voice was a little hoarse. Just because of motherly love, you disguised yourself and came to my house? Do you think I'll believe you? Xiaodong smiled weakly. You can choose not to believe me. You've been loved by your mother since you were young. You can't understand the thoughts of someone who lacks motherly love. I lost my mother when I was young. I was mocked and bullied. At that time, I thought that if I have children in the future, I must love them well. You're right, I have motherly love flowing. He was obviously her own child, but she couldn't hold him in her arms. She had to sneak into someone else's house like a spy and secretly observe his every move. When she was caught, she had to find an excuse to hide the truth. Who could understand her heartache? Her eyes were sparkling with tears, and her eyes were filled with grief. His heart clenched, and he could not help but think of Su Xingchen's voice recorder, where Xiaodong was bawling in front of her mother's grave. Perhaps what she said was true. His eyes were as dark as water. She wiped the corner of her eyes and smiled. Don't stare at me like that. I can't help but want to cry. Look, I'm already crying. I'm sorry, I won't come again next time. The way she forced herself to smile actually made him feel a little distressed. He frowned. Damn it, why did he still have sympathy for this liar? He should have given up on her long ago. He thought in his heart, but the words that came out of his mouth were, You're Lin Yi's assistant. You report to him about your work. Xiaodong grinned. I know. I'll tell Lin Yi that I'm quitting later. Bailey Han's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Idiot, did she have to make it clear? His face darkened and he said stiffly, Since you're already his assistant, you should do what you're supposed to do. Xiaodong couldn't believe it. You agree? Bailey Han gritted his teeth. Idiot. Wasn't it obvious? She felt a little wronged. Who asked him to look so fierce just now? But forget it. As long as he agreed to let her continue to take care of Xiao Yi as ye see, she was very satisfied. She tilted her head and looked at him seriously. Bailey Han, has anyone ever told you that you're really a good person? Other than her, everyone else called him the cold-faced king of hell. His pretentious, serious, and conflicted expression made her feel refreshed. She couldn't help but laugh. So I'm the first one. Then I'm really honored. Bailey Han's facial muscles twitched as he asked calmly, why did you resign? Xia Dong almost couldn't keep up with his jumping thoughts. She was stunned for a moment before she realized that he was talking about the position at Glamour magazine. She lowered her eyes and chuckled. I have to take care of Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai. I also have to take care of the baby in my belly. I don't have so much energy to work. He looked down at her. You like that job very much. When she was working, she was completely different from her usual self. That passion burned in her eyes, and she exuded a confident charm. She looked up at him with complicated emotions surging in her eyes. In my heart, the children are more important. For them, I can give up anything, including my life. His eyes narrowed, and there were traces of the ice in his heart breaking. He began to doubt his judgment. Was such a loving and motherly woman really someone who loved vanity and clung to power? After a long while he said calmly, Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai are very lucky. They were very lucky to have a mother like her. It was obviously a compliment, but Xia Dong felt that it was extremely ironic. Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai's luck was exchanged for Xiao Yi's misfortune. She looked at him and said tentatively, I've never heard you mention Xiao Yi's mother. She's already dead. His expression was indifferent, as if he was talking about a stranger. Xia Dong's heart suddenly jumped. Dead. How did she die? Bailey Han sat in the chair opposite her, and looked casually in a certain direction with a cold expression. Car accident. I heard that she was going abroad with the man she loved. On the way to the airport, she got into a car accident. Xia Dong was sweating profusely. Even if Bailey Han hated her when she escaped from Japan, he didn't have to curse her so viciously. The corner of her mouth twitched. You don't seem to like her? I can't remember what she looked like anymore. We met at the wrong time. However, I'm very grateful to her for giving birth to Xiao Yi. He looked at her calmly without any emotions in his eyes, but it made Xia Dong's heart suddenly jump. She murmured, It sounds very complicated. Can you tell me how you met? She was really curious to see how he would twist the truth. He frowned. Why are you so interested in this matter? Nothing. We're just chatting. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. He stared at her for a long time until she was sweating profusely. If I remember correctly, Dr. Lin is still waiting for you downstairs. Phew, she was finally free. She almost thought that she would be exposed. She was overjoyed. I can go now. Did I stop you? Bailey Han's face turned green. Was she that unwilling to be in the same room as him? No. But young master, you didn't ask me to leave. How would I dare to leave? Xia Dong thought to herself. Just as she walked to the door, young master's cold voice was heard. I plan to take Xiao Yi out tomorrow. Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai can come with us. She wiped her sweat. I've already made plans with Siki tomorrow. We plan to take the children to the aquarium. She also wanted to go out with Xiao Yi, but if she dared to stand Siki up, she would die a horrible death. Bailey Han was expressionless. She laughed awkwardly and waved her hand. Then I'll be leaving first. Just as she was about to turn and leave, young master said coldly, What time tomorrow? What time? I'm asking you. What time are we going to the aquarium tomorrow? The veins on Bailey Han's forehead throbbed. He found it unbelievable that he would suggest going to the aquarium with her. Oh, we've made plans for 10 o'clock. The young master said stiffly. See you outside the aquarium tomorrow. Oh, okay. See you tomorrow. After Xia Dong left the study and walked to the stairwell, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Brother Shen would definitely go with them tomorrow. If the two of them were together, wouldn't they be at loggerheads and part on bad terms? She wanted to scratch the wall. Could she back out now? Why was it that whenever she was in front of Bailey Han, she couldn't think straight? Why did she always do something crazy? She could almost imagine how dark Bailey Han's poker face would be if she went back on her word. He would even use his knife-sharp gaze to kill her. So the next day, the situation was a little out of control. No, to be exact, it was out of control. The three families met in the parking lot at the entrance of the aquarium. Mikakito was holding Gigai, while Xiaodong was holding Xiaobao's hand. They looked like a family of four. Yi Siki and Lin Shihao each held Nyonyo's little hand as they walked over slowly. The two families gathered together and laughed happily as soon as they met. The three children, especially, were jumping and jumping around happily. A Rolls-Royce drove into the parking lot ostentatiously. Bailey Han stepped out of the car holding Xiao Yi's hand. When Lin Shihao and Yi Siki saw Bailey Han, their expressions were normal because they had heard from Xiaodong that Bailey Han would be coming with them. But Mikakito was different. Her deep eyes suddenly turned to Xiaodong. She clasped her hands together and blinked ingratiatingly. She lowered her voice and said, "Brother Shen, if there's anything you want to say, let's talk at home, okay?" Mikakito's expression was very bad. His handsome face was emitting a cold aura. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "You've learned to lie to me? Brother Shen, I beg you. Teach me when we get home tonight, okay?" Bailey Han and Xiao Yi were getting closer and closer. She looked at him with her big watery eyes and begged anxiously and pitifully. Beitangshan was furious. He was furious that she had agreed to be Lin Yi's assistant without consulting him first. He was furious that she had risked her life to take care of little Wingzi in the Bailey family. He was furious that she had acted first and reported later, taking care of Bailey Han on a family gathering like this. But when he saw her pitiful expression, he couldn't help but soften. In the end, all his conflict and anger turned into a flick on her forehead. He gritted his teeth and glared at her. "I'll deal with you when we get home tonight." Xiaodong held her aching forehead and tried to please him with tears in her eyes. "Brother Shen, you're a great person and don't hold a grudge against me. You're a magnanimous person." From the corner of her eyes, she saw that Bailey Han and the others were already 2 meters away. She quickly shut her mouth and giggled. Mikakito was angry and helpless. He ruffled her hair. Bailey Han was like an arrogant king. Standing in a place like the parking lot, his arrogance and domineering aura couldn't be concealed. His indifferent gaze swept across the few people without batting an eyelid. When he saw Lin Shihao, his eyes moved. He didn't expect that the director of the obstetrics and gynecology department of the People's Hospital was actually the husband of Xiaodong's good friend. Lin Shihao saw that his gaze was on him and nodded politely. "Mr. Bailey." Bailey Han also nodded his head out of courtesy. Finally, his gaze fell on Mikakito. Mikakito's cold and arrogant gaze was fixed on him. The two of them looked calm, but the turbulent undercurrent was felt by everyone else. Xiaodong quickly smiled. "Since everyone is here, let's go in." She took out the tickets that she had booked beforehand and distributed them to everyone. After entering the aquarium, there was a disagreement. Xiaodong considered that if they were to visit the aquarium as a group, they would be too conspicuous. Moreover, the combination of Mikakito and Bailey Han was too dangerous. They could explode at any time. Therefore, she suggested that everyone split up and visit different aquariums. Then they would make an appointment to leave the aquarium together. However, Bailey Han disagreed. He said that bringing Xiao Yi out to play was to let him have more contact with the outside world. Therefore, the father and son pair would follow the group unswervingly. What he said was reasonable. Xiaodong had no reason to refute him. Therefore, the large group of people marched forward. Ad. Songshu 566. Chapter 145. In the underwater tunnel, colorful seaweed, corals and all kinds of fish swam in front of them. There were even sharks with big mouths and murderous auras. The children couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even Xiaoyi widened her eyes. The underwater world allowed the children to experience the beauty of nature and the vastness of the ocean. They stopped from time to time and leaned against the glass to look at the various creatures swimming in the water in amazement, so much so that they neglected the people and things around them. Xiaoyi raised his head and looked obsessively at the sea turtle that weighed a few hundred kilograms slowly and clumsily swimming above his head. He couldn't help but follow its pace with his short legs. Bailey Han only turned his head to look at Xia Dong, who was squatting in front of Xiao Guai and tidying her hair. When he turned back again, Xiao Yi, who had been following beside him, had already disappeared. He blamed himself for not taking good care of the children, who were right beside him. However, now was not the time to blame himself. It was more important to find him quickly. He called the others and explained the situation briefly. First, he contacted the broadcasting studio and asked them to help spread the news of the children's disappearance. Then he decided that Yi Siki and Xia Dong would take care of the children. The three men would split up to look for Xiao Yi's whereabouts and keep in touch with each other. Xia Dong and Yi Siki brought the children to the underwater food pavilion. Their hearts were in a mess and they couldn't calm down at all. Yezi, take care of the children. I'm going to look for Xiao Yi too. Yi Siki grabbed her arm. You're not feeling well right now. Can you do it? It's okay. I can do it. She patted Yi Siki's hand to comfort her. Then she stroked Xiao Guai and Xiao Bao's hair. Babies, Mommy is going to look for Xiao Yi too. You guys stay here with Auntie Siki. Don't wander around, okay? The children nodded in unison. Xia Dong called Mika Kito and the others to ask about the search. The three of them had not found Xiao Yi yet, so Xia Dong asked them where they were. Xia Dong specially went to some places that they had not searched yet. He searched from the jellyfish hall to the sea creature hall, and finally came to the sea creature hall. There was a dolphin performance going on in the performance hall. When Xia Dong walked into the performance area, the viewing platform was already full of people. She searched row by row and kept apologizing to the people. When she found the first row from the last row, the performance had just ended. She hurriedly stood to the side and searched for that small figure in the surging crowd. Suddenly, she saw a short figure walking towards the exit. He was wearing the same clothes as Xiao Yi. She didn't have time to think. She shouted Xiao Yi's name and rushed into the crowd to chase after him. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi. She struggled to squeeze through the crowd, but unfortunately, her voice was drowned out by the noise. Her body was squeezed by the crowd. When she looked up again, the child was long gone. Maybe he was blocked by the adults next to him, or maybe he had already left the performance hall. Xia Dong helplessly stopped. When the crowd had dispersed, she held on to her last glimmer of hope and looked around the seats in the performance hall. She imagined that maybe Xiao Yi was sitting somewhere that she couldn't see. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she ran to the corner of the first row. There was a small figure sitting on the seat. He was focused on the huge pool in front of him. There were two dolphins, one big and one small, swimming lazily in the pool. Several staff members were finishing up the performance. Xiao Yi. When Xia Dong ran in front of him, she was panting heavily. Her heart was thumping wildly. She suddenly hugged him in her arms and said in a trembling voice, Xiao Yi, why are you here? We were worried to death. Bailey Yi's eyes flashed. He leaned against her chest and could hear her heart beating wildly. There was a faint fragrance on her body. Hugging him, it was warm and comfortable. He despised and hated all the women who tried to get close to his daddy. His little hand pushed her shoulder forcefully, and a low growl of displeasure came from his throat. Sorry, I was just too happy. Xia Dong quickly let go of him and smiled gently. Wait a moment. I'll inform everyone. She was the first to inform Bailey Han. When she was talking to Mika Kito, Xiao Yi suddenly jumped down from the chair and walked out silently. Brother Shin, please inform Lin Shihao and Siki. I'll take Xiao Yi to Seabed Food Pavilion immediately. She quickly hung up the phone and followed Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, don't walk so fast. Watch your step. Xia Dong followed closely behind him. Seeing that the steps were very high, she naturally reached out to help him up. Unexpectedly, he suddenly reached out and pushed her away. Although he didn't use much strength, she was still caught off guard and her body swayed along with his force. She grabbed the back of the chair to steady herself. He looked at her coldly. She could clearly see the deep hostility in his clear eyes. Her heart trembled. She wanted to smile, but the corners of her lips couldn't curl up. Perhaps she was too greedy. When she was growing up with Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai, she couldn't help but want to pay attention to Xiao Yi's life. She really should have done what Bailey Han said and died, in the car accident so that she wouldn't disturb his life anymore. She couldn't suppress the sadness in her heart. A drop of hot tear fell and landed right in front of Xiao Yi's toes. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the small piece of floor wet with tears. She quickly turned her head and wiped the corners of her eyes. She smiled at him. Xiao Yi, let's go. I'll take you to see your daddy. At this time, the performance hall was already empty. She let him walk in front of her alone and suppressed all her emotions. When they walked out of the performance hall, two men in flowery shirts suddenly rushed towards them. They came in a menacing manner. It was obvious that they weren't kind people. Xia Dong instinctively protected Xiao Yi. She bent down to pick him up from the ground, but a pair of arms suddenly reached out from beside her and snatched Xiao Yi from her arms. The person holding Xiao Yi was a young man in his 20s. He was quite good-looking, but there was a sinister glint in his eyes. He held Bailey Yi's neck with one hand and said coldly, "Miss Xia, please come with us." "Let the child go." "I'll go with you." Xia Dong put her right hand behind her back and secretly dialed a number. However, a man in his 30s with a knife scar on his face standing beside her discovered her. He snatched the phone and threw it to the ground. With a crack, he crushed the screen. Someone looked over curiously. The man with the knife scar roared fiercely, "What the F***ck are you looking at? Haven't you seen a couple quarrel before?" She felt something pressing against her waist. The knife-scarred man seemed to be holding her waist intimately. He lowered his voice and threatened her. "Behave yourself. If you play any more tricks, I'll take this brat's life first." The man with the knife scar dragged her roughly while the young man followed closely behind with Xiao Yi in his arms. They chose a very secluded path and walked out of the aquarium in a few minutes. Bailey Han received a call from Xia Dong and rushed to the performance hall without stopping. When he rushed in, there was no one inside. He frowned and walked out quickly while calling her phone. However, no one picked up. When he reached the entrance of the performance hall, he suddenly heard a crisp ringtone. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the floor not far in front of him. A phone with a broken screen was lying on the floor and ringing. It was Xia Dong's phone. Bailey Han's heart suddenly tightened. After thinking for a few seconds, he quickly made a judgment and chased in a certain direction. When Bailey Han reached the parking lot, he saw a Mercedes-Benz passing by the gate. Xia Dong was sitting in the back seat. He immediately jumped into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and chased after the car. When he reached an intersection, he ran into a red light. The sidewalk was crowded with people, so he had to stop. When he stepped on the accelerator again, the Mercedes-Benz had disappeared. Fortunately, he had sent the license plate number to the Dragon Gang and ordered them to quickly track down the identity of the owner of the Mercedes-Benz. Xia Dong and Xiao Yi were taken to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. She was tied up and thrown on the ground. Xiao Yi's hands and feet were also tied. Xia Dong was holding a small earring in her right hand. She had secretly taken it in the car when they were not paying attention. She used the earring to rub the rope and moved her body with difficulty. She stood in front of Xiao Yi and said in a low voice, "Xiao Yi, don't be afraid. I'm here." Her phone was abandoned in front of the performance hall. When Mikakito found out that she was missing, he would guess that they had met with an accident when he saw the phone. She believed that Brother Shin would definitely come to save her. There was no trace of fear in Xiao Yi's clear eyes. He stared fixedly at Xia Dong, who was standing in front of him, and something in his heart quietly changed. The scar-faced man walked over and pinched her chin. His eyes were shining with anger. "B***sh, I finally caught you. It's not easy to catch you when you're alone." Xia Dong tried to shrink back, but her chin was pinched even harder. It was burning with pain. "Who are you? Why do you want to catch me?" "B***tch, you're still playing dumb. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have died." The scar-faced man suddenly let go of her chin and slapped her face hard. Her head hit the concrete floor heavily. Her head was buzzing. Her face was numb, and she could not feel anything. She only felt a burning sensation, as if she had been roasted by a furnace. The taste of blood spread in her mouth, and bright red blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. Half of her face was red and swollen, but she did not feel the pain at all. She calmly stared into the scar-faced man's eyes. "Who is your brother?" The scar-faced man spat and said viciously, "I will let you know why you died. Lao-san, give her the newspaper. Come and see." Shinwu 799. Chapter 146. The one called Lao-san was the young man in his 20s. His vicious eyes flashed with a cold light like that of a venomous snake. He pulled out a newspaper from somewhere and smashed it hard on Xiaodong's injured face. "Look carefully. The man who died tragically on the street in the newspaper is my brother." Xiaodong tried his best to stretch his neck and finally saw the headline and photo on the newspaper clearly. However, she was sure that she had never seen this man before. "You're mistaken. I don't know him." "Then you might have heard of his name." The scar-faced man suddenly squatted down and pinched her face with 2 fingers. "He's the leader of the Flame Gang. Old K, because of you he was killed by the gangsters." Old K, this name sounded familiar. A thought flashed through Xiaodong's mind. She scanned the newspaper with difficulty and finally remembered that she had seen this news before. It said that the leader of the Flame Gang died tragically on the street during a fight. However, how could this have anything to do with her? "You remember now?" The scar-faced man laughed sinisterly. "B*TCH, I know you have a powerful backer. Call him now and tell him to come alone. Otherwise, I'll let you and that little B*TCH die a horrible death." A powerful backer? Was he referring to Brother Shin? Could it be that Brother Shin had a dispute with the local mafia? Questions flashed through Xiaodong's mind. What she needed to do now was to stall for time so that Mika Keto and the rest could rescue them. She pursed her lips. "I don't know who the backer you're referring to is. Why don't you tell me the whole story? Why Old K was cut into pieces by the people of the Black Street? Maybe I can think of something." The knife-scarred man dragged a chair over and sat down. He stepped on her arm and grinned viciously. "Don't try to play tricks with me. Otherwise, I'll strangle that little B*TCH to death first." He gave third brother a look, and he immediately walked over to Xiao Yi. Xiaodong endured the excruciating pain in her arm and propped herself up to protect Xiao Yi. She said sternly, "Don't move. I'm not playing any tricks. I really don't know who your backer is." The scar-faced man sneered. Third brother didn't stop walking. He bent down and stretched out his arm to push Xiaodong over. Then he grabbed Xiao Yi's collar and lifted him off the ground. As Xiao Yi's tiny body was lifted into the air, Xiaodong's heart almost stopped beating. She screamed in panic, "Don't hurt him. Please don't hurt him." She struggled to get up from the ground. Her legs were tied up, so she could only jump towards Lao-san. She said anxiously, "I beg you, let him go. He can't breathe." Xiao Yi's throat was choked by the collar, and his little face gradually changed color due to the difficulty of breathing. His clear eyes were filled with an uncomfortable mist, and he struggled with all his might, kicking his short legs. Xiaodong's heart ached as she bit third brother's arm. D***, how dare you bite me? Third brother grabbed Xiao Yi with one hand and raised his other hand to slap Xiaodong's face. Xiaodong's face swelled even more, and blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Let him go. I'll make a call right away." If they had been so obedient, they wouldn't have had to suffer so much. The scar-faced man glanced at third brother. Third brother placed Xiao Yi on the ground. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air. "There's no need to make a call. I'm here." The sound of heavy footsteps clearly beat on Xiaodong's eardrums. She suddenly raised her head and widened her eyes in disbelief. A tall and imposing figure slowly walked in from the door. His face was backlit, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. But he was emitting a domineering and ruthless aura like a king, which made her heart tremble. It was Bailey-han. He had actually found them, and had come to meet them alone. Bailey-han's sharp eyes swept across the battered and exhausted Xiao Yi and Xiaodong, whose cheeks were red and swollen. The murderous look in his eyes suddenly exploded and shot out, but it was quickly hidden behind a calm and indifferent expression. More than 10 hooligans surrounded Bailey-han with knives and other weapons in their hands. They glared at him. Bailey-han didn't take their threats seriously and walked forward fearlessly. He only stopped when the scar-faced man put his hand on Xiaodong's throat and looked at them coldly. You're old Mo, old K's younger brother. Old Mo sneered. That's right. Young Master Bailey, I didn't expect you to track us here so quickly. It seems like you're this bitch's backer? His fingers gently rubbed Xiaodong's fair neck. Suddenly, he exerted force and she raised her neck in pain. Old Mo smiled evilly. I didn't expect that Mika Kito's woman would have an affair with Bailey Han. Bitch, don't tell me that the little bastard next to you is also your and Bailey Han's child? Xiaodong glared at him in anger and pain. She bit her lips but didn't say a word. She and Xiao Yi were in their hands. If they were angered, who knew what they would do? Bailey Han's hand silently moved to his back. Old Mo noticed his movement and grabbed Xiao Yi to block in front of him. He said sternly, Bailey Han, throw away your weapon. Otherwise, I'll take your son's life first. Pa Bailey Han pulled out a handgun from his back and threw it to the ground. You guys search him and see if he has any weapons. Old Mo dragged Xiaodong and took a few steps back. With a bang, he kicked the pistol away and ordered his men to search Xiaodong's body. Bailey Han expressionlessly allowed them to search him. The hooligan took a dagger from his calf and threw it to the ground. They didn't find anything else. He looked at Old Mo indifferently. Old Mo, you're venting your anger on a woman and a child. You and your brother are indeed from the same womb. Old K had once drugged Xiaodong and sent several subordinates to gang rape her. Of course, Old Mo knew about this matter. When he heard Bailey Han's sarcastic words, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He couldn't help but curse. Bailey Han, don't King pretend to be a hero for me here. Picking up Beitang Shun's broken shoes and wearing a green hat. You're just a dirty person. Bailey Han's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said coldly, your brother asked for it. He's lucky that I only let the men of the Black Street stab him once. Old Mo sneered. Bailey Han, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm here today to avenge my brother. Old San, take it out. Old San took a paper thing and threw it to Bailey Han. Bailey Han flipped through the thing in his hand and said coldly, you want 20% of the shares of Shenghao Group. What a big appetite. Old Mo was not easy to deal with. When he decided to take revenge, he had already investigated Xiaodong's interpersonal relationships. He knew that she had the best relationship with 3 men, Mika Kito, Bailey Han and Bailey Yun. No matter which one of them was her backer, he had prepared a corresponding plan to deal with them. Old Mo grabbed the pen and threw it to Bailey Han. He said fiercely, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and sign it, or I'll kill your son and your mistress. He suddenly grabbed Xiaodong's hair. Xiaodong endured the pain and tried hard to move back. She did not make a sound. Bailey Han's heart trembled. Using the act of looking at the contract as an excuse, his left hand quietly touched his belt. There was a thin steel knife deeply embedded in it. Although the blade was shorter than a thumb, it was abnormally sharp and was enough to cut a fatal wound. But he hesitated and did not make a move. There was only one knife. He was confident that he could shoot the knife into the heart of the young man called Old San. He was also confident that he could save Xiaodong from Old Mo at the same time. But he was not confident that he could take them to avoid the siege of more than 10 people and the shooting of guns. He took back his hand and continued to think with the pen. If he signed the contract, Old Mo would definitely not let them go. But if he did not sign it, Xiaodong and Xiao Yi would be in their hands. He was in a dilemma. Old Mo couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed Xiaodong's clothes and tore them apart. With the sound of fabric tearing, her dress was torn from her chest, and her snow-white skin was exposed. Her hands were tied behind her back, and there was no way to cover her exposed breasts. Her face was so hot that it was about to bleed. She bit her lips and stared at Old Mo. Look at her tender skin. It must taste good when I do it. Old Mo grinned and dragged Xiaodong to the sofa. Bailey Han's voice suddenly sounded. I've signed it. Come and get it. Old Mo paused and glanced at Xiaodong, whose face was red with blood. He laughed sinisterly. He did not expect that mysterious woman to have some skills. A few days ago, a mysterious woman contacted him, and said that she knew that his brother was killed by the backer behind Xiaodong. She also said that Bai Li was Xiaodong's illegitimate son. She cared about Bai Li very much. If she used Bai Li to threaten her, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Old Emo wasn't a fool. Of course, he could tell that the other party wanted to use him to get rid of Xiaodong and Bai Li. However, this was also an opportunity for his elder brother, Old K, to take revenge, as well as a chance for him to make a fortune. It was not fun to just kill people. He also wanted to get the compensation that he deserved. You guys tie his hands up for me. Old Emo was cunning. Naturally, he would not easily believe Bai Li Han. After two of his men tied Bai Li Han's wrists with ropes, he waved his hand and asked someone to bring the contract over. The three big characters were indeed Bai Li Han's signature. Old Emo was ecstatic and laughed loudly. After a few laughs, he suddenly stopped and stared at Bai Li Han gloomily. Bai Li Han, you killed my brother. I will not let you go easily. But you can rest assured that I will send you to hell for the sake of you transferring 20% of your shares to me. Lao San, bring the things I have prepared for young Master Bai Li. Let him and his mistress have a good time, and then go to hell. Xiaodong said in a hoarse voice, let the child go. He is innocent. Awesome novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 147. Bah. Old Emo spat. I'm not stupid enough to leave anyone alive. Although Yin Gang had some influence, it was nothing compared to Bai Li's family. He was already taking a risk by coming here, so he naturally had to be careful. Brothers, go. Quickly serve eldest young master. Old Emo took out several bottles of syringes, and a large group of people rushed forward. Some injected him with syringes, while others fed him pills. Xiao Yi and Xiaodong were in Old Mo's hands, so Bai Li Han could not resist. He was forced to swallow the pills and coughed incessantly. Old Emo let go of Xiaodong, and Old Emo also let go of Xiao Yi. Old Emo walked to Bai Li Han's side and kicked him. Bai Li's eldest young master, you think you're so great? Now you're lying in front of me like a dead dog. Bah. Brothers, let's quickly retreat and set a fire outside the factory. Let this unfortunate pair of lovebirds come from the water and into the fire. While they were simply packing up, Xiaodong moved to Xiao Yi's side. She gently tugged at the corner of Xiao Yi's clothes with her hands behind her back. Xiao Yi's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw that the ropes on Xiaodong's tied wrists were in a mess because of the needles, leaving only a few thin joints. Her wrists were red and abraded, probably caused by pulling the rope too hard. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly crouched down and bit the rope with his teeth. Xiaodong's body stiffened. She tugged at Xiao Yi's clothes to tell him not to worry, but she did not expect him to bite the rope for her. Her heart ached, but more than that, she felt warm. Second brother, where's that kid? The group of people had already walked to the door when third brother suddenly turned around and shouted. Old Emo also became alert and turned around. Because Xiaodong was blocking Xiao Yi's body, he did not see Xiao Yi. He was shocked. That kid couldn't have escaped, right? Second brother, what should we do? Lao San, go in and have a look. Old Emo handed Bai Li Han's gun to Lao San. Be careful. Thump, thump. The heavy footsteps were getting closer and closer. Xiaodong's heart was beating like a drum. Suddenly, she felt the pressure on her wrist loosen. She quietly moved her wrist without showing any signs of movement. Xiao Yi also straightened her body and slowly moved out from behind her. Third brother, who had been staring at them the whole time, was stunned when third brother suddenly appeared in his line of sight. He raised his voice and said, Second brother, this brat looks very strange. I don't feel at ease leaving him alive. Why don't I get rid of him first? Old Emo certainly wouldn't object to the fact that he would die sooner or later. Third brother walked closer, raised the gun with one hand, and pointed the muzzle at Xiao Yi's forehead. Xiaodong suddenly reached out and pulled Xiao Yi behind her. Third brother's eyes turned cold, and he quickly pulled the trigger. Xiaodong hugged Xiao Yi and rolled on the ground to avoid the bullet. At the same time, Bai Li Han suddenly stood up from the ground. He forcibly broke the rope on his wrist and kicked third brother's temple heavily. Clang! The gun in third brother's hand fell to the ground. His huge body also fell to the ground. The accident happened in an instant. Old Mo and the group of hooligans were stunned. Old Mo was the first to react, and quickly pulled out his gun. Bailey Han's right hand had quickly shot out a throwing knife from his waist. The throwing knife hit Old Mo's forehead. Blood spurted out, and he fell down without a sound. Bailey Han strode forward and bent down to pick up the gun on the ground. He aimed at the group of hooligans and fired. In an instant 3 or 4 of them fell down. The rest of the hooligans were like headless dragons and had long scattered in fear. The fight only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, but Xiaodong felt that it was as long as a lifetime. She protected Xiao Yi and hid behind the sofa. When the gunshot stopped, she hugged Xiao Yi and covered his eyes and ran out from behind the sofa. Bailey Han, how are you? She saw that Bailey Han was sweating profusely. His face was pale and he was tottering. She knew that the medicine that old Mo had fed him had taken effect. The pile of red and green pills and medicine was mixed with various hallucinogens and stimulants. There was even an aphrodisiac. Xiao Yi's body stiffened, and he reached out to push Xiaodong's hand away. Xiaodong's voice trembled. Xiao Yi, don't look. She was afraid of scaring him with the corpses and rivers of blood in front of him. But he insisted. He wanted to see how Daddy was doing. Xiaodong understood his thoughts. She could only put him down with his back facing the door, and let go of his eyes. Bailey Han could not hold on any longer. He forced himself to take off his coat, and threw it to Xiaodong, who was barely dressed. He fell to the floor with a plop. His body began to twitch and he said in a hoarse voice, "Water, quickly find water." "Xiao Yi, stay here. Don't run around," Xiaodong said anxiously as she put on his coat. She glanced around and found an empty mineral water bottle in the corner. She quickly ran over to pick it up and ran out to get tap water. After Bailey Han filled his stomach with water, he vomited violently in the corner. As the pill had stayed in his stomach for a long time, he vomited out white foam. Although he had his stomach pumped, the injection of medicine could not eliminate the effects of the drug. The strong effects of the medicine affected his brain. His body was burning hot, his head was spinning, and his mind was in a mess. Xiaodong anxiously rummaged through his coat pocket, trying to find his phone. Xiao Yi squatted beside him and bit her lip. She took out his phone from his trouser pocket. She hurriedly dialed Mika Kito's number. "Brother Shin, we're in an abandoned factory in the suburbs. I don't know the exact location. Bailey Han has been poisoned and needs a doctor. Brother Shin, this is Bailey Han's phone. You can track his signal." After saying this, she did not hang up. Instead, she put the phone aside and paid attention to Bailey Han's condition. His whole body was convulsing and he was delirious. His face was so red that it looked like it was roasted. But other than waiting, there was nothing she could do. She could only watch him suffer. Her heart throbbed with pain. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes. His blood-red eyes stared at her like a ferocious beast. At this moment, her dress was in tatters. Although she was wearing his suit jacket, because his jacket was too big, the cleavage in front of her chest was faintly discernible. He suddenly roared like a lion that had gone berserk. He pounced up from the ground and pressed down on her. Xiaodong was caught off guard. The first thing she did was to protect her abdomen with both hands. She did not have any extra hands to block his attack. His burning hot body pressed against hers forcefully. His body was tense and stiff like a rock, pressing down on her tightly. Xiaodong felt a hard stick-like object hit her leg hard. Her heart immediately panicked. She knew what it was. He was like a mad beast. He used all his strength to separate her legs. That burning weapon collided heavily between her legs. She struggled with all her might and tried her best to avoid it. She fiercely bit his arm and shouted anxiously, "Bailey Han, wake up." Fresh blood flowed down his arm. The sharp pain cleared his mind for a second. He wanted to push her away, but his body's instincts made it impossible for him to resist. He said in a hoarse voice, Hit. Knock me out." In the next second, the demon in his body gained the upper hand. The thing between his legs started to move again. His heavy breathing and painful cries were transmitted to Mika Kito's ears through the phone. He flew into a rage. He sped up and shouted anxiously, "Bailey Han, stop it right now." Xiaodong was being pressed down. She was in unbearable pain. Other than the sharp pain between her legs, her abdomen was also starting to hurt. She did not have time to think. She had to find something to knock Bailey-han out. As far as her arm could reach, there was nothing she could use. She kept moving her body to block his attacks. However, he was too strong. She could not hold on for much longer. Just as she was about to give up, Xiao-yi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly ran away. Soon he ran back with a wooden stick and handed it to Xiaodong. Xiaodong closed her eyes. She gritted her teeth and swung the wooden stick at the back of his head. His movements suddenly paused. His pupils constricted. His blood-red eyes stared straight at her. That ferocious look made him look like a malicious spirit that had crawled out of hell. Xiaodong shuddered. She was so scared that her heart almost stopped beating. She thought that she was about to die. However, he suddenly roared and got up from her body. Like a wild bull in the wind, he charged at the stone pillar. With a loud bang, his tall body fell to the ground, and he no longer moved. Xiaodong's heart suddenly tightened. She widened her eyes in shock. She had never expected that he would hit his head and bleed. She was shocked, scared, and touched. She wanted to go forward to check on his condition, but the pain between her legs was burning. The pain in her abdomen also intensified. She trembled and wanted to get up, but she didn't succeed. Xiao-yi glanced at her. She bit her lip and turned to run to Bailey-han's side. Bailey-han's face was covered in blood. He lay motionless on the ground. Xiao-yi panicked. She used her little hand to push his arm. Her tears fell and she cried, "Daddy, Daddy, wake up. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have run around. Daddy, wake up." Xiao-yi was willing to talk. Xiaodong was in pain and surprise. Coupled with fear and sadness, all kinds of complicated emotions mixed together. She couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. She forced herself to get up from the ground and walked to Bailey-han's side. His face was covered in blood. She trembled as she checked his breathing. Fortunately, although his breathing was weak, at least he was still alive. She immediately saw the part below his abdomen that was almost poking through his pants. She awkwardly averted her gaze. There were so many stimulants and aphrodisiacs. He wouldn't explode, right? Actually, she could help him with it. But her son was beside him. She touched Xiao-yi, who was crying bitterly. She comforted him and herself. "Xiao-yi, don't worry. Your daddy will be fine. He will be fine." Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 148. Her stomach hurt more and more. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Sitting on the floor, she didn't forget to comfort Xiao-yi softly. The sound of footsteps was chaotic and anxious. Xiaodong looked up at the door and saw Mikakito's tall figure running over. In the empty factory, he didn't even notice the mess on the floor. In his heart, there was only Xiaodong. He ran over and hugged her tightly in his arms. "Xia, don't be afraid. I'll take you home." She had suddenly disappeared in the aquarium. On the phone, when he heard that Bailey-han had been drugged and wanted to humiliate her, he was anxious and angry. He wanted nothing more than to fly to her side immediately. Seeing her in such a sorry state, his heart was about to break. His heart was beating wildly, and even she could feel it. She endured the pain and patted his back gently. She tried to smile. "Brother Shen, where's the doctor? Let the doctor take a look at Bailey-han. He's seriously poisoned. Also, my stomach hurts a little." Mikakito quickly relaxed his arms a little. Worried that he would press on her stomach, he shouted, "Doctor, doctor." Soon, a doctor and nurse, along with 4 of their men, rushed in with a stretcher. Mikakito asked the doctor to treat Xiaodong first, but Xiaodong refused. She wanted to see Bailey-han's condition first. Fortunately, the doctor knew about her condition and asked the nurse to give her an injection. Bailey-han's condition was more complicated. The doctor pumped his stomach on the spot, gave him a cardiac stimulant, and bandaged his wound briefly. Then they were sent to the hospital. Mikakito first carried Xiaodong into the car, and then carried Xiao-yi. Xiao-yi insisted on staying by Bailey-han's side. Xiaodong wrapped a blanket around him and hugged his small body. He didn't resist or struggle. He let her hug him as he stared blankly at the lifeless Bailey-han lying on the stretcher. When they arrived at the hospital, Mikakito ignored her objections and carried her all the way to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Fortunately, she controlled her emotions well and performed emergency treatment in time. The child was not in danger. Bailey Han was pushed to the emergency room. The doctor said that not only did he have drug poisoning, but he also had a serious skull injury. Xia Dong couldn't help but think of the scene when he crashed into the stone pillar. The clear sound of the stone hitting his head kept echoing in her ears. His bloodied face was still in front of her. Her heart ached. She grabbed Mikakito's arm and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Shin, will he die?" "No, he won't die." Mikakito felt his heart ache when he saw her like this. Why wasn't he the first to find her? Why wasn't he the one who protected her when she was in danger? Ever since he came to the hospital, little Wingzy seemed to have regained his usual cold expression. He sat on the bench with his back straight and stared at the emergency room door without blinking. "Xia, you must be tired. I'll take you back first." Mikakito gently patted her back and coaxed her gently. "It's okay. I'm fine now." She looked at Xiao Yi and said softly, "Brother Shin, you should inform Bailey's family." Her face was pale, her hair was messy, her cheeks were swollen. Her lips were cracked and stained with blood. She almost had a miscarriage. She didn't look like she was fine at all. His heart ached and his eyes were filled with tenderness. He held her hand and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll get Liuxing to take you home first. I'll stay here with Xiao Yi and wait for his family." Xia Dong looked up at the emergency room light, and then looked at Xiao Yi who was sitting upright on the bench. She said, "Brother Shin, I want to stay. Can I borrow your phone? I want to tell Yezi that I'm safe." Mikakito still wanted to persuade her, but she stretched out her hand and placed it in front of him. She looked like she wouldn't give up until she got what she wanted. "Brother Shin, don't try to persuade me anymore. Give me the phone." Mikakito sighed and placed the phone in her hand. Xia Dong called Yi Siki and learned that she had sent the children home, and was still at home with Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai. Yi Siki shouted over the phone and Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai immediately ran over. They surrounded the phone and called Mommy. She said a few more words to them before ending the call. 10 minutes later, the people from the Bailey family hurried over. Bailey Xiong walked at the front. Old Madame Xiao was leaning on a walking stick, and Bai Jinxiu was holding her arm. The two of them walked in the second row anxiously. Bailey Yun looked indifferent as he walked at the back. "Mr. Beitang, how is my son?" Bailey Xiong looked anxious and didn't bother to exchange pleasantries. Mikakito stood up. "The doctor is giving him first aid." Old Madame Zhao's eyes were red. She picked up Xiao Yi and stroked his head lovingly. "What happened? How did Ahang get hurt so badly?" Mikakito said calmly, "Xia and Xiao Yi were kidnapped. Mr. Bailey was the first to arrive. He subdued the kidnappers and was injured himself." Old Madame Zhao's expression changed when she heard this. She looked at Xia Dong with some dissatisfaction in her eyes, but she didn't flare up because of Mikakito. Bai Jinxiu couldn't help but shout at Xia Dong, "Xia Dong, it's you again. Haven't you hurt Ahan enough? You'll only be satisfied if he dies, won't you?" After Bailey Yin came over, his attention was on Xia Dong. Her face was badly injured and she was wearing Bailey Han's coat. He didn't know if she was hurt. He noticed that she had been sitting in the chair and didn't get up even when they came over. He guessed that she must be very tired now, or maybe it was because of her injuries that she couldn't get up to deal with them. His feelings were complicated and his heart ached. When he heard Bai Jinxiu's reprimand, he could not help retorting, "Auntie, what you're saying is too unreasonable. Big Bro saved Xia Dong of his own volition. Besides, little Wingzy was also kidnapped. Should Big Bro just watch as little Wingzy gets hurt?" Bai Jinxiu was provoked by his words and couldn't help but blurt out, Xiao Yi is also her." "Enough!" Old Madam interrupted her, her cold gaze falling on her. She suddenly quivered and realized that something was wrong. She almost spilled the beans. What's the point of making such a racket in the hospital? Old Madame Xiao glared at Bailey Yun again, and glanced at Xia Dong indifferently. There was no lack of warning in her eyes. Xia Dong looked indifferent, and seemed to turn a deaf ear to their quarrel. She had already expected this to happen, so she wasn't surprised at all and didn't care. Mikakito didn't want her to be wronged. She held her hand and said in a deep voice, "You'll know the details when Mr. Bailey wakes up. Isn't it too much to blame Xiaxia now?" Bai Jinxiu looked indifferent and didn't look ashamed at all. Old Madame Xiao lowered her head and stroked Xiao Yi as if she didn't hear anything. Bailey Han coughed and stood up to smooth things over. "Mr. Beitang is right. We were too hasty." Mikakito snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. They sat in the corridor and waited for more than 10 minutes before the doctor came out of the emergency room. He said that the patient was out of danger, but his condition was a little serious. He still had to do a brain check on the head injury. Other than Bailey Yin, the other 3 members of the Bailey family looked very upset. Old Madame Xiao hurriedly interrupted the doctor, as if she didn't want the doctor to talk about Bailey Han's condition in front of Xiaodong and the others. Xiaodong lowered her eyes. She knew it was time for her to leave. She politely said goodbye and didn't look at Xiao Yi. With Mikakito's help, she stood up. Mikakito suddenly bent down and carried her in his arms. Ignoring Bailey Yun's murderous gaze and the others' surprised gazes, he swaggered her into the car. When they arrived at the neighborhood, Mikakito carried her out of the car and carried her upstairs. If it were any other time, she would have rejected him. But now, she stretched out her arms and wrapped them around his neck. She bit her lower lip and frowned slightly, as if she was suppressing something. Mikakito's heart skipped a beat. He suspected that she was injured too. When they got home, Yisiki was still at home with the children. She couldn't help but tear up when she saw Xiaodong's injuries. The 2 children were even more anxious. Xiao Guai was so heartbroken that she cried. Xiao Bao was so angry that his teeth itched. He wanted to cut the person who hurt his mother into pieces. Xiaodong comforted the children gently. Mikakito went into the bathroom to fill the tub with hot water. When he came out, he said to Yisiki, "Siki, can you help Xiaxia clean up?" Xiaodong thought about the injuries on her body and immediately blushed. No, it's okay. I can do it myself." Yisiki pretended to be relaxed. "Why are you so shy? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I even helped you scrub your back when we were in university." Ignoring her objections, he forcibly helped her into the bathroom. Yisiki reached out, but Xiaodong quickly pressed her hand down. "Yezi, I'll take it off myself." She gently took off her jacket, revealing her tattered dress. Yisiki's pupils shrank. She saw a bruise on Xiaodong's arm. After taking off her dress, she saw countless abrasions on her body. Yisiki's eyes welled up with tears. Her nose twitched and she almost cried. "Yezi, you can go out. I can do it myself." Xiaodong awkwardly clamped her legs together. When she was taking off her clothes, she noticed that there was a serious abrasions between her legs. Her attempt to cover up made it even more conspicuous. Yisiki noticed the abrasions between her legs, which made it easy for her to guess what had happened. The tears in Yisiki's eyes finally fell. She bit her lip and didn't say a word. She helped Xiaodong into the bathtub, wetted a towel, and wiped her body. Her movements were as gentle as a feather. Xiaodong knew what she was thinking. She reached out and gently held her hand. She said softly, "Yezi, actually he didn't hurt me. He took so many stimulants and aphrodisiacs. In order not to hurt me, he would rather bang his head against a pillar." Towards the end, her voice choked up. That moment brought her so much shock that even now, when she thought about it, she was still shaken to the core. Quick look. Songshu 566. Chapter 149. Yisiki froze for a moment. She thought that Bailey Han had hurt Xiaxia, but she didn't expect it to be like this. After a long time, she sighed softly and said, "Xiaxia, sometimes I can't help but think that Bailey Han actually loves you. If it wasn't love, why would he do so many unbelievable things?" Xiaodong was stunned. Because of her words, her heart was in a mess. It seemed that he really did treat her differently. The soft wet cloth gently brushed against her shoulder, careful not to touch her wound. The gentle touch pulled her back to reality. She rubbed her forehead and said softly, "The person he loves should be Su Yunqian. They are a match made in heaven." Yi Siki sneered as if she had heard a joke. They are a match made in heaven? Of course not. Let me tell you, 2 days ago, old Lin told me something. Bailey Han and Su Yinqian went to his place for a checkup. Su Yinqian went behind Bailey Han's back and wanted old Lin to lie for her. Lie? What lie? Of course she wanted old Lin to say that she was pregnant. Yi Siki curled her lips in disdain. For a woman to lie to her fiancé and say that she was pregnant, there can only be one possibility. There must be something going on between them. This woman is starting to get scared and wants to use the child to tie her fiancé down. Xia Dong fell silent. She already knew that there was something going on between Bailey Han and Su Yinqian. Perhaps she had to take some responsibility for it. Old Lin also said that when he heard that Su Yinqian wasn't pregnant, Bailey Han's expression turned ugly. Without saying a word, he dragged Su Yinqian away. From the looks of it, the two of them must have quarreled. Yi Siki's tone was full of schadenfreude. Su Yinqian even threatened old Lin. You didn't see the look of panic on her face. Xia Dong pursed her lips. Look at how vividly you described it. It's like you've seen it before. I haven't, but old Lin has. Yi Siki gently stroked her hair, her tone filled with pride. Xia Dong's lips curved, but she didn't argue with her. To be honest, if Bailey Han is really interested in you, you should develop a good relationship and give the children a complete family. Yi Siki said so much, but this was the main point. A complete family. Xia Dong was stunned. The first thing that came to her mind was the scene of Xiao Yi crying in front of Bailey Han at the abandoned factory. Her heart suddenly ached, but the scene changed to 5 years ago. She was lying in the delivery room in the hospital. The old lady broke in with her bodyguards and mercilessly snatched the newborn child from the doctor's hands. At the time, the old lady said, "According to our agreement, I'm taking the child away. If you try anything funny again, you can expect to collect your aunt and uncle's corpses." Japan was under Brother Shun's influence. Originally, it was impossible for the old lady to leave with the child. However, she used the lives of her aunt and uncle to threaten Xia Dong. In the end, she carried the child and swaggered away. Xia Dong leaned against the bathtub tiredly and said calmly, "Yi Zi, first of all, I don't want to get married. I can't even get past the old lady. I know my position very well. I don't want to talk about relationships right now. I just want to take good care of the children. I'm just worried about you. You're a pregnant woman with 2 children. Xiao Guai is even sick. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Yi Siki frowned and poked her forehead. "Why don't you want to get married? Why are you so distrustful of relationships? Look at me and old Lin. We've been married for 7 years, and we're still doing well." Xia Dong laughed. "Oh, you've been married for 7 years. I wish you success in getting through the 7-year itch. I have full confidence in old Lin." Yi Siki's face was full of pride. She had always been proud of her husband and trusted him wholeheartedly. "All right, my proud Mrs. Lin, my skin is about to fall off because of you. Can you get up now?" What Xia Dong didn't say was that the wound on her thigh was stained with water, and it hurt even more. "Yes, it's fine. Let me help you up." "Wait a moment, I'll help you apply medicine." Yi Siki took a clean towel and was about to wipe her wound. Xia Dong quickly snatched it from her. "Mrs. Lin, I can do it myself. Please leave us alone for a moment." Yi Siki rolled her eyes. "I've seen your entire body. Why are you still shy?" Although she said that, she still put the bathrobe in a convenient place and walked out of the bathroom. Xia Dong wrapped herself in the bathrobe. The fabric rubbed against her wound painfully. She frowned and pretended to be normal as she walked out of the bathroom. Mika Kido took the first aid kit and sat on the sofa to wait for her. Yi Siki was nowhere to be seen. "Brother Shin, where's Yezi?" Xia Dong wiped her wet hair. Mika Kido naturally took the towel from her and gently wiped her wound. She went back first. She said she was going to cook for Lin Shihao and Nyonyo. "I'll help you apply medicine later." Xia Dong was speechless. Could she show Brother Shin her wound? That bastard Yezi must have done it on purpose. Yi Siki did it on purpose. She spared no effort to matchmake her best friend and quickly get married. Because she was pregnant, She didn't even use a hairdryer after washing her hair. She let it dry naturally. Mikakito wiped her hair carefully with the towel. When her hair was almost dry, he combed her hair with his slender fingers. His fingers weaved through her hair. Xia Dong lowered her head in embarrassment, revealing half of her fair neck. Under the soft lighting, she looked even more charming. Mikakito tucked her long hair behind her ear and said gently, "Okay, let's go back to the room now. I'll apply medicine for you." Xiaodong quickly grabbed his hand that was carrying the first aid kit and smiled awkwardly. "It's okay, Brother Shen. I can do it myself. You can't do it yourself." Before Yisiki left, he had specifically told her that she had a wound on her back too. He knew she was shy, but he was more worried about the wound on her back getting infected. "Then I won't do it. It's just a small wound. It's okay." Xiaodong's face was burning. "I'm your older brother. You don't have to worry about so many things." Mikakito frowned. "Do you want me to carry you, or do you want to walk on your own?" Xiaodong pulled a long face. "Brother Shen." Mikakito was determined. Ignoring her resistance, he bent down and picked her up. Xiaodong sat on her bed while Mikakito stood beside her bed. His gaze was strong but not lustful. He was as calm and rational as a doctor looking at his patient. "I'll just treat him as a doctor." Xiaodong comforted herself for a long time. In the end, she gritted her teeth and turned her back to him. She slowly pulled open her bathrobe and covered her chest with the blanket. Her snow-white back was covered with bruises and abrasions. Her skin was broken and red, and sticky liquid was flowing out. If it wasn't treated soon, it would get infected. Mikakito's face was very pale. He took the iodine and tried to disinfect her wound as gently as possible. Although his movements were very gentle, every time the cotton swab touched the wound, it stung. Her body would tremble slightly, and so would his heart. After cleaning the wound on her back, Mikakito was sweating profusely. His voice was a little low. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" "A little, but I can apply the ointment myself." She wanted to pull up her bathrobe, but he grabbed her wrist. He said softly, "Don't be in a hurry to put it on. The mucus from the wound on your back will stick to the bathrobe. It will be very painful when you take it off. When you sleep tonight, lie on your side. Be careful not to let the blanket touch your wound." "Okay." Xiaodong blushed. She didn't know what to say. He poured out 2 pills and put them on the bedside. Xia, I put some anti-inflammatory medicine on the bedside. Remember to take it later." Okay. Remember to treat the other wounds. I'll make you something to eat." Mikakito touched her head. His voice was full of tenderness. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Seafood porridge. Brother Shun's seafood porridge is very delicious." Mikakito's lips curved into a smile. Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the door close. She got out of bed and locked the door. She took off her bathrobe completely. Her legs were bruised and covered with bruises, especially at the base of her legs, where the skin was scraped. When she disinfected her wound with the iodine, it was so painful that she saw stars. After disinfecting her wound, she applied the special ointment Mikakito left for her and took the anti-inflammatory medicine. Then, she covered herself with the blanket and lay on her side to rest. Beitangshen left the room and comforted the children with a few words. Then he took his phone out and went to the corridor outside. With a cold face, he dialed Jiang Dao's number. "Have you found those who escaped?" "There are 2 more. I'll give you 1 day. I want to see their bodies." "Yes, sir." Mikakito was busy in the kitchen when he heard the doorbell ring. Through the peephole, he saw Bailey Yun standing at the door, sweating profusely. It was obvious that he was in a hurry. He opened the door and looked at Bailey Yun expressionlessly. "What's the matter, Master Tingrui?" Bailey Yun's pupils shrank. He saw Xiaodong injured at the hospital and was worried about her. He found an excuse to call her, but she did not answer. He was so worried that he could not help but rush over. He did not expect to run into Mikakito. Bailey Yun smiled. "I'm here to see Xia." He moved sideways and wanted to enter the door. Mikakito moved sideways and blocked his way. He said coldly, "Master Tingrui, you don't have to worry about Xia. In the future, please stay away from Xia Xia. Bailey Yun's handsome face was cold. He gritted his teeth and said, Mika Kito, Xia Xia can be with whoever she wants. You have no right to interfere with her business. Mika Kito glanced indifferently. I'm her fiancé. If I don't have the right, who does? Bailey Yun sneered. Fiancé? That's fake. I already know that your engagement is fake. In the end, you're just Xia Xia's friend. What right do you have to stop me from seeing her? Awesome novel. Songshu 566. Chapter 150. Mika Kito's gaze was sinister and sharp. Because I have the ability to do so. Bailey Yun's face turned pale. This sentence directly hit his weak spot. He was only an illegitimate son of the Bailey family. Other than having a nominal position in the Bailey group, he had no ability to compete with him for Xia Xia. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His slender foxy eyes were filled with anger, humiliation, and hatred. In the end, all the complicated emotions turned into powerlessness. His voice was low and hoarse. Is she badly injured? Mika Kito replied expressionlessly. Not really. I've already applied medicine on her. Of course, I helped her apply it myself. Bailey Yun was furious. He raised his fist and wanted to punch him in the face, but he was caught by the arm. He lowered his voice and said, Bailey Yun, the children are here. I don't want to mess around with you. Mika Kito suddenly flung his arm away and slammed the door shut. Bailey Yun angrily punched the wall. He didn't care that the back of his hand was bleeding. He drove the Lamborghini like the wind. He was full of complicated emotions but had nowhere to vent. In the end, he rushed into Charming Club with a murderous aura. He drank one glass after another to drown his sorrows. Many beauties came forward to hit on him. He shot daggers at them and coldly spat out, "Get lost." The women ran away in tears. Bai Liyun's entire body emitted a powerful aura of resentment and anger. No one dared to approach within 3 meters of him. However, there was one person who wasn't afraid of death. He patted his shoulder and lazily said, I say, second young master, what happened today? There are broken hearts all over the floor of my bar. Bailey Yun flung Xiao Tianxing's hand away. His foxy eyes were slightly drunk. Xiao Tianxing, am I a failure as a person? Xiao Tianxing's sloppy smile froze. Oh, you've suffered a blow? Why are you suddenly talking about such a heavy topic? Don't play around with me. I want to hear the truth. Bailey Yun picked up another glass of wine and gulped it down. Xiao Tianxing sat down beside him. You're the object of thousands of women. If this is considered a failure, how can others live? Bailey Yun smiled bitterly. So what if others are chasing after you? She's the only one who doesn't care. Xiao Tianxing knew he was talking about Xia Dong. He rubbed his eyebrows. She is already a member of Mika Kito. I advise you to give up. Bailey Yun drank another glass, and his mind was already in a mess. He laughed out loud. She's not. They're just pretending to be engaged. However, I still don't have the chance. His voice gradually became softer, and there was an indescribable sadness in his hazy, drunken eyes. Who asked me to be so useless? I was destined to be a failure from the moment I was born. His birth was not blessed by his family, and his existence would only bring shame to his family. Yun. Xiao Tiancheng put his hand on his shoulder. His expression was serious and serious. If you really love her, try again. Bailey Yun choked back his sobs. What if I fail? If you fail. Xiao Tiancheng had a headache. He had never encountered such a tricky problem. He paused and said, if you fail, maybe you should let go. Bai Liyun leaned on the bar counter, trying his best to suppress his strong surging emotions. He originally wanted to be friends with her and let her slowly fall in love with him, but ever since Beitangshan existed, his image seemed so small. He was afraid that one day, she would no longer be able to see him. Think about it. Xiao Tianxing sighed and patted him on the shoulder. When Mika Kito knocked on Xiaodong's door with a bowl of fragrant seafood porridge, she was already asleep. Perhaps because she was too tired, she was in a deep sleep. Mika Kito knocked twice, but no one answered. He turned the doorknob, but it was locked from the inside. He had no choice but to let her sleep on an empty stomach. Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai were sitting in the dining room. On the surface, they were eating at Gigai's, but in fact they were listening to what was going on over there. When he saw Mikakito coming back with a bowl, Xiao Bao gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Shen, you have to make the person who hurt Mom pay the price." Mikakito patted his head. "I will. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold." Hospital, VIP ward. Bailey Han was lying among a pile of instruments and tubes. His head was wrapped in gauze, and his face was pale. His handsome eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his thin lips were tightly pursed, making him look very fragile. Bai Jinxiu sat by his bed, and old Madame Bai was also sitting by the side with Xiao Yi in her arms. The three of them looked worried. Su Yinqian knocked on the door and walked in. She said anxiously, "Grandma, Mommy Bai, how is Han?" Old Madame Bai sighed. "He's out of danger, but he hasn't woken up yet." Old Madame Bai still didn't know that Su Yinqian was faking her pregnancy, so her attitude towards her was normal. "How did Han get injured?" Su Yinqian looked distressed. Before old Madame Bai could say anything, Bai Jinxiu snorted coldly. "It's all because of that woman Xia Dong. She and Xiao Yi were kidnapped, and Han got injured in order to save them." Bai Jinxiu's words were full of disgust for Xia Dong, and he didn't even consider that his words would hurt Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was already feeling guilty. When she heard this, her small body stiffened, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. Old Madame Bai keenly sensed the change in his emotions, and she hugged him tighter. She said in a deep voice, "Jinxiu, you can't blame Xia Dong and Xiao Yi for this. If you want to blame someone, blame those vicious kidnappers. How dare they target our Bailey family?" Su Yinqian was shocked and angry. She didn't expect that group of idiots would lead Bailey Han to them. She had clearly hinted to them that Mikakito was Xia Dong's backer. She clenched her fists again and again to suppress the anger in her heart. She revealed a shocked expression. "Xiao Yi was kidnapped too? Is Xiao Yi all right?" She bent down, wanting to touch Xiao Yi's head. The moment her palm landed on the top of his head, Xiao Yi screamed and hit and kicked her. Old Madame Bai repeatedly comforted her. "Don't be agitated, baby Yi. It's okay. Great-grandma is here." Su Yinqian took a few steps back, and her expression was a little ugly. Bai Jinxiu comforted her. "Yinqian, don't mind him. Xiao Yi is just frightened. It's okay, Mommy Bai. It's my fault. I know that Xiao Yi will be more agitated when he sees me, but I still can't help but want to care about him." Su Yinqian forced a smile. Bai Jinxiu sighed, and her elegant brows furrowed slightly. Bailey Han, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly moved his lips. Old Madame Bai leaned over excitedly, thinking that he was about to wake up. However, she heard him close his eyes and murmur softly, "Xia Dong. Xiao Yi. Xia Dong." Su Yinqian's face instantly turned pale. He was unconscious, but he was still thinking about that woman. Old Madame Bai and Bai Jinxiu's expressions also turned ugly. "Xia Dong. Xiao Yi." He frowned in pain and repeatedly called out their names. It was as if he was being haunted by a nightmare. His fingers were still agitated, but he suddenly clenched them. Xiao Yi struggled to crawl out of old Madame Bai's arms. He moved his body and crawled to Bailey Han's pillow. He reached out his small hand and stroked his cold cheek. He said softly, "Daddy, I'm Xiao Yi. Daddy, please wake up quickly." Old Madame Bai and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Xiao Yi spoke. Su Yinqian was the most shocked. She began to panic. If Xiao Yi revealed that she had pushed him down the stairs, not only would Han hate her, but the entire Bailey family would never accept her again. Xiao Yi's whispers were really effective. Bailey Han's murmurs gradually disappeared. His fingers were no longer nervously curled, but calmly stretched out. However, his brows were still slightly furrowed, as if he was still worried about something. "Daddy, I'm sorry." Xiao Yi lay next to him, his small body close to him. His small head rubbed against his arm. His eyes were glistening with tears, but he held them back and did not let them fall. Old Madame Bai wiped the corners of her eyes, leaned closer, and gently hugged the father and son. Su Yinqian had been feeling uneasy. Fortunately, after Xiao Yi said those two words, he did not open his mouth again. Her heart slowly calmed down. At night, Bailey Han still did not wake up. Old Madam Bai wanted to stay and wait for him to wake up. Bailey Xiong, Bai Jinxiu, and the others persuaded her in every way possible. Su Yunqian insisted on staying to accompany him, but as the rich miss, there were many things that she did not know how to do, so she hired a senior nurse. After sleeping in the hospital for a night, Su Yunqian's body was sore all over. After giving the nurse a few instructions, she drove home to take a shower and change her clothes. When she returned to the hospital, Old Madam Bai and Xiao Yi had already arrived. Old Madam Bai said pleasantly, "Yunqian, thank you for your hard work last night." The nurse was very sensible. She told Old Madam Bai about how Su Yunqian took care of Bailey Han last night. Su Yunqian smiled faintly. "Grandma, this is what I should do. I just went home to change my clothes and asked the kitchen to make soup for Han. When he wakes up, it will be sent over." Old Madam Bai nodded in satisfaction. "Xiao Yi, good morning." Su Yunqian walked 2 steps away and greeted Xiao Yi with a smile. Xiao Yi stared straight at Bailey Han as if she did not exist. Old Madam Bai said helplessly, "Xiao Yi only said a few words to Han last night. After returning home, he refused to speak again." This explained why he was ignoring her. Su Yunqian knew that Xiao Yi did not tell anyone about her. She was ecstatic. Her eyes moved and she was about to say something when she suddenly heard Old Madam Bai's surprised voice. "Han, you're awake." Xiao Yi happily pounced on him and hugged his arm, carefully avoiding his wound. Bailey Han's face was very pale. His lips were pale, and his eyes were a little dim. His fingers moved slightly and slowly lifted up to land on Xiao Yi's face. He called out in a hoarse voice, "Xiao Yi, Daddy." Xiao Yi could no longer hold back the tears that she had been holding back for a long time. They fell down and she threw herself into his arms and cried. Welfare Hongcha 866. Chapter 151. The corners of Bailey Han's lips curled up. There was a smile in his eyes as he said, "It's been a long time since I've heard little Wingsy call me Daddy." "Daddy, Daddy." Xiao Yi called him over and over again. Her clear voice echoed in the ward. Old Madame Gu couldn't help but feel sad and wipe her tears. "Grandma." Bailey Han smiled at Old Madame Gu. "I want to see Xia Dong." Old Madame Gu froze in the middle of wiping her tears. Su Yunqian stepped forward and forced a smile. "Han, you just woke up and your body is still very weak. Have a good rest." Bailey Han didn't look at her. His eyes were firmly fixed on Old Madame Gu and he said again, "Grandma, I want to see Xia Dong." He was indeed still very weak. He was already panting after saying a few words. Old Madame Gu couldn't bear to refuse him when she saw him enduring the pain. She sighed and walked out of the ward. Su Yunqian followed her and said in a low voice, "Grandma, are you really going to ask Xia Dong to come over?" Old Madame Gu was helpless. "Yunqian, you know Han's temper. If I don't let him see Xia Dong, he won't cooperate with the treatment. In his current condition, I have to agree." "Grandma, you're right. I didn't think it through." Su Yunqian gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Old Madame Gu patted the back of her hand. "Yunqian, it's been hard on you." "It's okay, Grandma. As long as Han gets better soon, I don't care." After a night of rest and Mika Kito's special wound medicine, Xia Dong's injuries had healed a lot. Some parts of her body had scabbed over, and the bruises had faded. Walking out of the bedroom, Mika Kito was wearing an apron, and was busy in the kitchen. He was tall and straight, wearing an apron with cartoon dolls printed on it. He looked out of place. She leaned against the wall and chuckled. "You're awake. Does your wound still hurt?" Mika Kito held a spatula and poked his head out of the kitchen to ask her. His eyes were full of love. "It's a lot better. Brother Shin, why are you cooking again? Just order some takeout." She felt guilty eating the food cooked by the CEO every day. "It's not safe to buy it outside." Mika Kito turned back into the kitchen and turned the fried eggs in the pan. "Let's go outside. The smell of oil and smoke." "Oh, okay." Xia Dong sniffled. It smelled so good. She fell asleep without eating anything last night, so she was really hungry now. After washing up, she woke the two little guys up. The first thing Xiao Guai did when he got out of bed was to lie in front of her. He said with concern, "Mommy, does your wound still hurt?" Xia Dong kissed him on the forehead. "Gigai, don't worry. Mommy's wound doesn't hurt anymore." Xiao Guai blinked and cupped her face with his little hands. He moved his little mouth close to her swollen face and blew gently. "Mommy, I'll blow on it for you. It won't hurt anymore after I blow on it." Xia Dong hugged her daughter's soft little body tightly. "Yes, yes. It doesn't hurt at all. Gigai's blow really works." When he called Xiaobao rubbed his messy hair with a confused look in his eyes. He stuck his little butt out and rummaged around the pillow for a while before he found an exquisite necklace and handed it to Xia Dong without saying a word. "Xiaobao, is this for me?" The sleepiness in Xiaobao's eyes finally disappeared. He nodded heavily and puffed up his little bun face. "Mom, no matter where you go in the future, you have to wear this necklace. This way, even if you go to the ends of the earth, I can find you." He thought about it for most of the night before coming up with this idea. It's so magical. You didn't install a global positioning system in the necklace, did you?" Xia Dong smiled and joked. She took the necklace from her son and observed it carefully. It should be platinum. It was low-key and luxurious. The pendant was a green and white cat's eye stone. It looked beautiful and elegant. Almost. This cat's eye stone is hollow. I put a very small tracker in it. Mom, lower your head. I will put it on for you. If there was another person who was not afraid of death and kidnapped his mother, he would be able to find her location in the first place. Xia Dong lowered her head and asked curiously, "Where did you get this necklace?" Xiaobao chuckled. "I got it from Uncle Shen. Anyway, this was prepared by Uncle Shen and he planned to give it to you, so I modified it a little." His chubby little fingers moved nimbly behind her neck and fastened the necklace. He suddenly leaned over to her injured cheek and kissed it quickly. He turned his face away and looked uncomfortable. "Does it still hurt?" Xia Dong rubbed his hair and smiled. "It was still very painful, but it didn't hurt anymore after you kissed it. So my precious son, why don't you kiss it again?" "No way." Xiaobao awkwardly escaped from her arms. His little ears were dyed a light pink. The mother and son came out of the bedroom. Mika Kito was carrying breakfast from the kitchen. He saw the necklace on Xia Dong's neck and smiled. "Breakfast is ready. Xiaobao and Xiao Guai, hurry up and wash up." "Okay," the two tender voices answered together. They smiled. It felt good to have Mommy and Uncle Shen. After breakfast, Mika Kito went to the office while Xia Dong stayed at home. She was about to call Bailey Yun to ask about Bailey Han's situation, when she suddenly received a call from old Madam. She was very happy to hear that Bailey Han had woken up. When she heard that Bailey Han wanted to see her, she was stunned. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Old Madam, is it inconvenient?" Old Madam's tone wasn't very good. "If Ahan wasn't in a bad condition right now, I wouldn't let you see him. Since I've decided to let you see him, come over." Xia Dong frowned. Anger rose in her heart. She tried hard to suppress it and said calmly, "I understand. I'll be at the hospital in about an hour." Xia Dong changed into a long-sleeved knee-length skirt to cover the scars on her arms and legs. The scars on her body were easy to cover, but the scars on her face were too obvious. She used a curling iron to curl her hair, and used all her strength to push her hair forward, covering her slightly red and swollen cheeks. She sent the two children to Yi Siki's place to take care of them, and then rushed to the hospital. Su Yinqian was also there. She looked at Xia Dong with an extremely cold gaze. Old Madam's face darkened. "Since you're here, go in. You should know what to say and what not to say." Xia Dong didn't want to say anything more. She nodded and pushed open the door of the ward. The sunlight shone in through the window and cast a shadow in the middle of the room. Xia Dong stood quietly in front of Bailey Han's bed. Her heart ached as she looked at his pale face. Bailey Han was also looking at her. Although she tried hard to cover it up, he still saw her injured cheeks. She must also be covered in scars where he couldn't see them. Some of them were even caused by him. She said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. If I hadn't implicated you, you wouldn't have become like this. He closed his eyes and smiled tiredly. It's not your fault. Come to think of it, he was the one who had implicated her. If he had done a better job back then, the incident with old Mo wouldn't have happened. He waved his hand and she walked closer. He said softly, "Do the injuries on your body still hurt?" He paused for a moment and his face turned slightly pink. Did I hurt the child in your stomach? Xiaodong knew what he was referring to. Her face heated up, and she looked down uncomfortably. No, it's okay. The child is fine. He was full of guilt and said softly, I'm sorry. I almost hurt you. Xiaodong's nose twitched and she burst into tears. You scared me to death. Do you know that you almost killed yourself? He smiled. I didn't want to hurt you. If he hadn't sobered up at the last moment, he really didn't dare to imagine what kind of terrible consequences it would have caused. Xiaodong's heart skipped a beat. She bit her lip and tried to control her emotions. Thank you. There was a gentle smile in his eyes. She tried to say something happy. Xiaoyi spoke. When you were unconscious, he hugged you and cried very sadly. He chuckled. I know. If it wasn't for his cries, I might still be unconscious. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was forcing himself to talk to her. She smiled and said, Mr. Bailey, have a good rest. I'll come and see you another day. Bailey Han suddenly grabbed her wrist. Call me Bailey Han. Compared to a polite address, he was more willing to hear her call him by his full name when she was flustered and exasperated. It gave him a familiar sense of closeness. She wanted to struggle, but she was afraid that it would affect his wound, so she could only let him hold her. His dark eyes stared at her, containing many things that she couldn't understand. She compromised. Bailey Han, let go of me. If old Madam and Su Yinqian saw this, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. He slowly let go of her. I'll leave first. Have a good rest. She walked to the door. Before she opened it, his tired voice suddenly came from behind. Xiaodong, did we know each other before? Her outstretched hand froze. With her back facing him, she asked. Why do you ask? He was already very tired after talking so much. He took a deep breath and said, When I was unconscious, I had many dreams. In my dreams, there was you and me. We seemed to be very familiar with each other. The dreams were also very real, as if it had happened before. She dug her fingers into her palms. What did you dream of? I don't remember. He actually only remembered one scene. He was carrying her in his arms as they walked through the forest. It was raining heavily, and she was leaning on his chest like a weak kitten. He could even clearly remember how he felt at that time. The joy of finding something he had lost, the worry, and the love that was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. She closed her eyes and said lightly, No, we didn't know each other before. That was the first time we met at the ERC press conference. He said slowly, I still remember that you approached me several times and said that you needed my help. You even said that you didn't come back to disturb me on purpose. The way you spoke was like an old acquaintance. Come and see. Hongcha 866. Chapter 152. She interrupted him. That was just a way for me to get close to you. I pretended to be an old acquaintance. Didn't you see through it? After a moment of silence, he said, What do you need my help with? He seemed to have always treated her as a liar, and had never asked her these questions. Nothing. I just wanted to get an advertisement for Glamour magazine. Didn't I successfully sign an advertisement contract with your company? He shook his head. He didn't believe it. What had happened in the past few months replayed in his mind like a movie. He didn't believe that she got close to him for such a simple purpose. He was even more suspicious of her saying that they didn't know each other in the past. However, he didn't have the energy to confront her now. I'll leave first. Xiaodong didn't want to say anything more. She opened the door and walked out. Old Madame Dowager and Su Yinqian were sitting in the corridor. When they saw her come out, their eyes fell on her at the same time. Xiaodong nodded at them. He's tired. I'll leave first. She didn't wait for them to answer and left directly. She was also very tired, and didn't want to pretend to be polite to them. Old Madame Dowager and Su Yunqian had different expressions. After a moment of silence, Old Madame Dowager said, Yunqian, you've been tired all night. Go back and rest first. No, Grandma. I'm fine. I want to stay and take care of Han. Even if you can bear it, the child in your belly can't. Listen to me and go back to rest. Old Madame Dowager's unintentional words made Su Yunqian's body stiffen, and her face turn pale. What's wrong? Did something happen? Old Madame Dowager looked concerned. Su Yunqian covered her mouth and sobbed softly. Grandma, I'm sorry. The child was accidentally lost. Han finally decided to keep the child, but I didn't protect him. I didn't dare to tell you because I was afraid that you'd be angry with me. Han has already ignored me because of this. If you continue to ignore me, then I'll. She choked with sobs. The old madam did not expect this to happen. She patted her shoulder with heartache. Don't be sad. You're still young. You can have another child in the future. Although the old madam was heartbroken, she was secretly relieved. Xiao Yi's condition was gradually improving, and she was very sensitive to Yun Qian. If she knew that Yun Qian had a child, she might be agitated. Now that the child was gone, it could be considered a good thing. Su Yunqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Grandma, can I ask you for a favor? If there's anything, just say it. I want to ask you not to tell Mommy Bai and the others about my pregnancy and the loss of my child. Also, don't mention this in front of Han. I don't want him to hate me every time he thinks about this. Su Yunqian's pregnancy, old madam did not tell the rest of the family, mainly because she had not decided whether to keep the child or not. If the whole family knew about it, it would be difficult for her in the future. Okay, I won't say anything. Han is a stubborn person. It wasn't easy for him to decide to keep the child, but now the child is gone. It's understandable that he's angry. You should understand him. Grandma, I know. I'll wait for him to forgive me. Yunqian, you'd better go back and rest first. You just had a miscarriage. You need to take care of your body. But Han, it's not urgent. Go back quickly. Su Yunqian hesitated for a long time. Okay, Grandma. I'll go back first. I'll ask the servants to bring the soup in the kitchen. Okay, go ahead. In the brain surgeon's office, Bailey Xiong said, Doctor, what's the result of my son's head examination? The doctor did a head MRI and head CT scan for Bailey Han. He took the examination report and said, Mr. Bailey, young master's brain injury this time is not serious except for a slight concussion. However, we found a low-density shadow in his left parietal lobe with a vague boundary. There is a substantial shadow in the rest of his brain. It should be an old injury. Bailey Xiong said nervously, Yes, my son had a car accident 5 years ago and his brain was seriously injured. What do you mean by shadow? Could it be a tumor? It's not a tumor. It may be a remnant of the previous injury. Bailey Xiong was shocked and thought of something. It was very likely that the shadow was that thing. Mr. Bailey, young master still needs a detailed examination. After the location of the foreign body is clear, we will use the treatment method of surgery to treat it. Doctor, will the foreign body in my son's brain affect him? For the time being, it doesn't affect young master, but it's hard to say because the foreign body is likely to oppress his nerves and have other effects. Bailey Xiong was silent for a while and said, I need to discuss it with my family before making a decision. The detailed examination results came out. The shadow in Bailey Han's brain was a remnant of the car accident 5 years ago. After the family's discussion, they decided not to perform surgery and let him stay as he was. However, in the eyes of the doctor, it was like a time bomb that could explode at any time and kill him. Since the family did not agree to the surgery, there was nothing they could do. During Bailey Han's hospitalization, Su Yunqian went to the hospital 3 times a day. Unfortunately, he did not take her seriously at all, and did not even want to look at her. He was in good health and was discharged from the hospital after 2 days. Except for the pain in his head, his other bodily functions had returned to normal. Xiaodong's injuries were basically healed. She was holding Xiao Guai and teaching her arithmetic when her cell phone rang. It was Bailey Han. "Hello, Mr. Bailey. How are you feeling?" Bailey Han's deep voice came from the other side. "Call me Bailey Han." Oh. She was a little embarrassed. "Bailey Han, are you feeling better?" "Much better. I'll be discharged today." She smiled. "Then I'm relieved." He seemed to be in a good mood and chuckled. "Are you worried about me?" She couldn't help but grip her cell phone tightly and coughed. "You were injured because of me. Of course I'm worried about you." He paused for a moment and said in a serious tone. "Then how do you plan to repay me for saving your life?" She was silent for a moment. "Are you really Bailey Han? Was he really not Bailey Yun in disguise? What kind of person am I in your heart? Cold on the outside but warm on the inside." He smiled faintly. He was not warm to everyone. Xiaodong hesitated for a moment and asked, "Well, how is Xiao Yi?" That day he also suffered a lot. Even an adult like her was traumatized by the sight of blood, let alone a child. He rubbed his eyebrows. "I heard from Grandma that he had a nightmare on the first night. He's fine now. What worries me is that he still doesn't want to talk." She bit her lip and comforted him. "Don't worry. Xiao Yi will get better slowly. He just needs some time to overcome his psychological barrier." He was silent for so long that she thought he had hung up the phone. He suddenly said, "On the day you were kidnapped, I suddenly understood what you said. For Xiao Yi and you, I'm willing to give up my life." Her body stiffened and she had difficulty breathing. Her blood flow was not smooth. Did she hear wrongly? He said that he was willing to give up his life for her and Xiao Yi. She held her cell phone and didn't dare to speak. She tried to convince herself that she was dreaming. He smiled bitterly. "I only dared to admit my feelings for you when I was delirious. Even if you lied to me, I still fell in love with you like a fool. No, don't say any more. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything." Xiaodong hung up the phone in a panic. She hugged Xiao Guai in a daze. Her heart was beating very fast in her chest. She couldn't help but imagine the scene of him hitting the pillar in the wind. "Mommy, what's wrong?" Xiao Guai shook Xiaodong's arm. Her little face was filled with worry. "Mommy is fine. Yi Gai, let's continue." Xiaodong tried hard to shake off those wild thoughts. She picked up a book and continued to teach her daughter arithmetic. Bailey Han held his cell phone in silence. He closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. He must be crazy. He knew it was impossible between them, but he still wanted to tell her his feelings for her. She was Mika Kito's woman. She was Mika Kito's woman. He reminded himself twice. He wanted to throw her to the back of his mind, but her figure became clearer. There was a soft knock on the door. He said, "Come in." Linny walked in. "Mr. Bailey, are you okay?" Bailey Han extended his hand and gestured for him to sit. "I'm fine now. Dr. Lin, I invited you here to ask you something. Xiao Yi clearly spoke when I was injured, but now he's not saying anything. What's going on?" Linny furrowed his eyebrows. "Can you be more specific? What happened?" Bailey Han crossed his arms and told him everything that happened that day in detail. Of course, he didn't mention Xiaodong's name, and that old Mo came for revenge. After that, he told her about how little Wingzi had cried while he was unconscious. Linny thought about it seriously for a few seconds before saying, "I think little Wingzi's autism is almost fully recovered. The reason why he doesn't want to talk now is probably because he feels guilty and doesn't know how to communicate with you. You also said that little Wingzi felt very guilty. He felt that he was the cause of this kidnapping and your injury. Then what should we do?" "Communicate with him patiently. You have to send a message that you love him very much. The kidnapping has nothing to do with him. It's not his fault that you're injured. Use positive emotions to influence him and let him walk out of his guilt. Also divert his attention. Don't let him think about it all the time." "I understand. Thank you, Dr. Lin." "You're welcome. Let me know if you need me. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 153. When he sent Linny downstairs, Bailey Han saw Xiao Yi open the door and poke his head out. His eyes flashed as soon as he saw them. He quickly returned to his room and closed the door with a bang. How could he get rid of his psychological barrier? Bailey Han rubbed his eyebrows in thought. Bailey Han told the whole family about Lin Yi's suggestion. They resolutely carried out a series of measures. They never mentioned the kidnapping and took extra care of Xiao Yi. Bailey Han didn't go to the company either. He accompanied him every day. Lu Zihao reported to him on the phone, and important documents were sent home for his approval. He and little Wingzi bathed Lil P together. Because the young master had no experience in bathing pets, Lil P became uncomfortable. Lil P shook its fur angrily, causing the two of them to be drenched in water. With their faces full of water droplets, they went upstairs to change their clothes with the same serious expression. The servants who were hiding and peeking all covered their mouths and laughed wildly. They sat cross-legged on the floor and played video games or go together. Bailey Han also taught Xiao Yi how to swim, how to shoot darts, and took him to ride the roller coaster. In short, he would bring little Wingzi along to experience any games that children played. At night, when he was lying in bed, he would take out books such as How to Play with Children and How to Be a Good Father from under his pillow and study them. The results of playing with his son were obvious. His son no longer avoided his gaze and would smile brightly at him. He was no longer like a little old man with a straight face all day. Unfortunately, his son still refused to speak. He had the patience to cure his son, but Lu Zihao couldn't take it anymore. Lu Zihao was about to cry. It had been a whole week. As the CEO of Shenghao Group, he didn't go to the company but stayed at home with his son. There were a lot of rumors in the company and a lot of problems had piled up in various departments. CEO, please hurry back to the company. Lu Zihao almost hugged Bailey Han's leg and cried. I know, I'll go to work tomorrow. Bailey Han knew that it wasn't easy for Lu Zihao to withstand the pressure from the board of directors for so long. Bailey Han thought for a while and called Xia Dong. Xia Dong, I have to go back to work tomorrow. Can you bring Xiao Bao over to visit Xiao Yi? Is it inconvenient? Madam doesn't seem to want us to contact with Xiao Yi. Besides, he's almost recovered. Xia Dong's head hurt. She had a headache. She wanted to see Xiao Yi, but Madam hated her because of Bailey Han's injury. Would she still allow her to bring Xiao Bao to visit Xiao Yi? Moreover, she didn't dare to see Xiao Yi. Han didn't want to see him again. I'll take care of Grandma. It's precisely because little Wingzi has already made great progress that I don't want to fail at the last step. With little treasure here, I'm very relieved. His voice was calm and rational, without a trace of selfishness, causing her to gradually lower her guard. Okay then, if you can convince Madam. Wait for my news. This time, it wasn't difficult to convince Madam. She only had one condition. Han, you've neglected Yun Qian for so long. No matter how angry you are, it's time to let it go. If you want me to agree, that's fine. From today onwards, you and Yun Qian will resume contact. You're not allowed to refuse her calls, and you're not allowed to shut her out. Okay, no problem. It was just resuming contact. This was simple. Madam wasn't easy to deal with. Call her right now, and invite her over for dinner tonight. Okay. Bailey Han's expression was indifferent. After dialing the number, he calmly said the invitation. Su Yunqian was naturally ecstatic. She thought that Bailey Han was the first to extend an olive branch, which meant that he had forgiven her. Of course, she happily accepted the invitation. Grandma, I've already made the call. When Xia Dong comes over tomorrow, don't give her a hard time. Am I that kind of person? Madam was angry and unconvinced. The banquet seemed normal, but in fact, there was an undercurrent surging. Bailey Han ate quietly and elegantly. Occasionally he would pick up food for Xiao Yi and ignore the others. Madam, who was sitting opposite him, poked his leg with her walking stick. He received her threatening gaze and picked up Su Yunqian's favorite food. He put it on her plate and smiled. Yunqian, this is your favorite osmanthus fish. Try it. Thank you. Su Yunqian smiled faintly, and used her chopsticks to pick up his favorite pork ribs. Before her arm reached his plate, Xiao Yi suddenly slammed her chopsticks on the table. She was shocked and her chopsticks shook. The pork ribs flew into Bailey Han's arms. Everyone's gaze shifted to them. The servant hurried forward and wiped Bailey Han's face. Han, I'm sorry. Her cheeks were burning. She had never lost her composure in front of so many people. It's okay. I'll go upstairs and change. Bailey Han pushed his chair away and stood up. Xiao Yi acted as if nothing had happened. She picked up her chopsticks and ate quietly. Su Yinqian gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. That damn brat. He must be doing it on purpose. How did old Mo and his group of trash kill him last time? He was like a bomb, constantly reminding her that her weakness was in his hands, and he could destroy her at any time. What did she have to do to shut him up forever? The next day, Xiaodong brought Xiaobao to Bailey's old residence. She had already prepared herself for people to roll their eyes at her, but she didn't expect the butler to be so nice to her. Xiaobao went upstairs and was not as lively as usual. He leaned over to Xiao Yi's ear and chattered nonstop. He silently squatted in front of Xiao Yi and looked her up and down with his clear eyes. Xiao Yi felt uncomfortable under his stare. Xiaobao suddenly said, Bailey Yi, do you know that sometimes I really hate you to death? Xiao Yi's small body stiffened. Sure enough, everyone hated him because of that incident. Xiaobao hit his forehead hard. You're really annoying. You obviously know how to talk, but you don't say it. You make everyone so anxious. Even my mommy cried a few times because of you. That woman cried because of him? It seemed like something she would do. When she was kidnapped, she even took a bullet for him. It wasn't unusual for her to cry because of him. Xiaobao saw that he was in a daze and snorted coldly. Let me tell you, don't think that my mommy is pretending just to get close to your daddy. My mommy doesn't want to get close to him. If it wasn't for Gigai. Forget it, I won't say so much to you. Gigai. Xiao Yi suddenly turned her head and stared at Xiaobao. What's wrong with Gigai? Oh, you're finally willing to talk. Xiaobao glared at her angrily. Gigai is my sister. Why are you so concerned about her? Xiao Yi choked on his words. Her round face puffed up and her eyes sparkled. She paused for a few seconds and said, She's my friend. It's natural for me to care about her. Humph, who was the one who poured a drink on Gigai and caused her to fall ill? Xiaobao was very vengeful. He would remember anyone who dared to hurt the people he cared about for the rest of his life. I was wrong at that time. I apologize. Even though Xiao Yi was apologizing, she still looked insufferably arrogant. Can you tell me now what happened to Gigai? Also, why did a drink cause her to fall ill? What's wrong with her? Xiao Yi's eyes had a sharpness that didn't match her age. She caught the information that Xiaobao had inadvertently revealed in his words. Xiaobao rolled his eyes and sat across from him. Crossing his short legs, he said, I can tell you, but you have to tell me who your mommy is first. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. I don't know either. She passed away right after I was born. Have you seen her picture? He lowered his head sadly. No, I don't know what she looks like. How did your mommy pass away? Xiao Yi clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. They said that she eloped with someone and got into a car accident, but I don't believe them. I think she's still alive. Xiaobao didn't know how to comfort him. He patted his little shoulder and changed the question. Bailey Yi, how old are you this year? Xiao Yi stared at him. Why are you asking this? His mind jumped too quickly. Don't worry about it. Just tell me the answer. Xiaobao had always been brooding over the fact that Bailey Han had abandoned the three of them and had a child with someone else. Therefore, he really wanted to find out who Bailey Han had given birth to Bailey Yi and when he had started to betray his mother. Xiao Yi thought of his condition and answered reluctantly, 4.5 years old. Xiaobao's pupils shrank. He and Xiao Guai were also 4.5 years old. Bailey Han, that bastard, was actually fooling around with another woman when his mommy was pregnant. He was so angry. He gritted his teeth and asked, Then what's your birthday? The 6th of February. Xiaobao was petrified. The 6th of February. His and Xiao Guai's birthdays were also on the 6th of February. Boo-hoo, he was going to kill that bastard Bailey Han. No one was going to stop him. Xiaobao suddenly jumped up from the ground. With a fierce expression, he walked out without a word. Xiao Yi was dumbfounded and called out to him. Hey, where are you going? Xiao Bao turned around and bared his teeth sinisterly. I'm going to kill Bailey Han. Xiao Yi was stunned at first. Then he held his stomach and laughed heartily. Still not satisfied, he lay on the ground and copied Xiao Bao's old actions. He rolled and laughed like a happy puppy. Xiao Bao's face darkened. He was actually being laughed at by this annoying guy. The corners of his mouth twitched. Stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yi seemed to want to make up for all the laughter he hadn't used in the past 4 years. He rolled around on the ground happily. Xiao Bao was completely enraged. His eyes were round and round. Fine, keep laughing. Don't think that I'll tell you about Xiao Guai. Xiao Yi stopped laughing and turned around to sit up. He raised his little chin, and his eyes were full of disdain. Xiao Bao, you're not a man. You don't keep your word. I despise you. Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 154. Xiao Bao raised his eyebrows, a mischievous glint in his black eyes. I'm not a man, I'm a child. This time, it was Xiao Yi's turn to grit his teeth in anger. Xiao Bao, you cheated. All's fair in war. Bailey Yi, I'm sorry. Xiao Yi's eyes widened. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly curled his lips. It's okay if you don't tell me. I'll find out myself. Take your time. Xiao Bao shrugged nonchalantly. If you have the ability to find out, it'll prove that what I said is true. Xiao Yi snorted. Don't worry. After I find out, I'll tell great-grandmother about it so that she won't have to worry. He could tell that great-grandmother didn't like Xia Dong either. It was as if she was afraid that she would steal daddy away. Xiao Bao glared at him. You win. So, are you willing to tell me the truth now? Xiao Yi crossed his arms arrogantly. Xiao Bao glared at him fiercely. I can tell you, but you have to swear on your mommy's name that you won't tell anyone about this. If you break your oath, your mommy will never be reincarnated. Xiao Yi said angrily. That's too cruel of an oath. Xiao Bao shrugged. As long as you don't break your oath, everything will be fine. Xiao Yi was conflicted. In the end, his curiosity won out. He gritted his teeth and said, I swear that I won't tell anyone about what you told me. Otherwise, my mommy will never be reincarnated. Okay, you can tell me now. Very good. You have to remember your oath. Xiao Bao patted his shoulder in satisfaction. This is what happened. Xiao Bao only talked about his sister's illness and how his mother had no choice but to give birth to a child with the same blood as Gigai to save Gigai. As smart as Bailey Yi was, he immediately reacted. His eyes widened in disbelief. So you and Xiao Guai are also daddy's children? That's right. Xiao Bao pouted in disdain. But I won't acknowledge him. He abandoned the 3 of us and even had you with another woman. He's so despicable. Xiao Yi didn't recover from the huge shock for a long time. He stared blankly at the floor. His daddy actually had 2 children with another woman. Hey, are you stupid? Xiao Bao poked his arm with his finger. You've already sworn that you won't tell anyone. Do you hear me? No, that's impossible. Xiao Yi grabbed his hair angrily. Didn't you say that your daddy is Mikikito? Xiao Bao rolled his eyes. I was lying to you. If my daddy is Uncle Shen, I have no reason not to take his surname. You're lying to me. You must be lying to me. Xiao Bao, I won't believe you. Xiao Bao sneered. I'm lying to you? What's the benefit of lying to you? Let me tell you, I've never liked you because your mother seduced Bailey Han and made him abandon my mother. No, that's not it. My mother isn't that kind of person. Daddy must know my mother first. Xiao Bao, you're not allowed to speak ill of my mother. Whether you believe it or not, that's what happened. Xiao Bao didn't back down and stared into his eyes. Xiao Yi rushed up angrily and grabbed Xiao Bao's collar. The 2 little guys wrestled with each other. Bailey Yi, I'm warning you. Don't hit my face. Xiao Bao, don't grab my hair. Let go of me. The 2 of them fought for more than 10 minutes before they finally got tired. They grabbed each other's necks and lay on the floor panting. Bailey Yi, let go. You let go first. Let's let go together. I'll count to 3. Xiao Bao counted to 3, but the 2 sly guys didn't let go. They were still grabbing each other's necks. If you don't let go, I'll suffocate to death. I'll count to 3 again. Okay, Xia Xiaobao, don't play any more tricks. Xiaobao's little face was red from suffocation. He counted to 3 again. This time, the two of them let go at the same time. They were panting and staring at each other with eyes that said, I can't wait to bite you to death. The two little guys were injured. Xiaobao took a punch to the cheek. Xiao Yi's hair was a mess, and there was a bunch of hair on the floor that had been thrown away. Their clothes were messy and they were in a sorry state. After a few minutes, the two of them calmed down. Xiao Yi was still immersed in the huge blow. She gritted her teeth and said, If you and Xiao Guai were daddy's children, wouldn't you want to acknowledge him? Xiao Bao sneered. I won't acknowledge someone who abandoned me. As for Xiao Guai, she doesn't even know who daddy is. She also doesn't know what illness she has. So don't let it slip in the future. Xiao Yi was stunned. After a while she asked, Is Xiao Guai's illness serious? Xiao Bao's expression became serious. It's serious. It's very serious. Otherwise, my mommy wouldn't have been so desperate to get close to your daddy. Xiao Yi fell silent. She turned her back to Xiao Bao and curled her little body up. She still couldn't accept this. Xiao Bao suddenly felt sorry for her when she saw how lonely she looked. She hesitated for a few seconds, reached out, and patted her on the shoulder. She said softly, Don't worry. Xiao Guai and I won't fight over your daddy. Just pretend you never heard about this. But you have to treat my mommy better in the future. Even if it's because she's been so nice to you, you have to treat her a little better. Xiao Yi hugged his knees tightly and curled himself into a ball. His clear eyes gradually became misty. He bit his lip tightly and held back the tears that were about to come. Bailey E, I'm leaving. Don't pretend to be autistic. Hurry up and get better. Don't let your family worry anymore. Xiao Bao got up from the ground and looked down at him like an adult. How did you know I was pretending? Xiao Yi's voice was a little choked up. Xiao Bao rolled her eyes. Did you forget that I worked with you and asked you to pretend to be sick? Who knew that you were such a genius that you pretended to be autistic? Although you pretended to be autistic, I knew you had an ulterior motive. So I observed you and found a small loophole. What loophole? Humph, it's because you treated me differently. Speaking of this, Xiao Bao became angry. The last time I brought Gigai to see you, you gave Gigai the pastry she liked, but you gave me the peanut butter that I hate. You must have done it on purpose. Which autistic child would be so scheming? Xiao Yi was silent. He was right. I did do it on purpose. Xiao Bao walked to the door and suddenly heard Xiao Yi's muffled voice from behind. Why is your mommy so nice to me? Xiao Bao blinked his large eyes. My mommy is kind. My mommy said that you are a child without a mommy. Although you have a bad temper, you are actually very pitiful. You yearn for a mother's love and friends, so she treats you very well. He snorted. She treats you so well that even I, her biological son, am jealous. Xiao Bao spoke casually, but Xiao Yi listened attentively. His body stiffened and his heart started to beat wildly. A bold idea popped into his mind. He was so excited that his voice trembled. Xia Xiaobao, is it possible that she is actually my mommy too? Xiao Bao's delicate eyebrows shot up. He widened his eyes and said angrily, What do you mean? Are you trying to steal my mommy? Roar, this damn annoying person. Did he eat a leopard's guts? No. Little Wingzy abruptly sat up, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. How old are you? When is your birthday? Xiao Bao's eyes narrowed. Same as you. 4.5 years old. My birthday is on the 6th of February. Xiao Yi suddenly rushed over and placed both hands on his shoulders. Isn't it obvious? We were both born on the same day. She cares about me and even took a bullet for me. If she isn't my mommy, why would she do that? What did you say? My mommy took a bullet for you? Xiao Bao was shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief. No, that's impossible. Xiao Yi nodded vigorously. When we were kidnapped, she stopped the kidnappers from hurting me many times. Also, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with the way she looks at me. It's like she's very sad. No, I don't believe it. Xiao Bao had always believed that Bailey Han abandoned his mommy and had Bailey E with another woman. Now that the plot had been reversed, it was destroying his belief. Xiao Bao violently pushed Xiao Yi away. It was as if he was being chased by a ferocious beast. He ran out of his room in a panic. Xiao Yi stared blankly at the empty doorway. After the shock and excitement, it was followed by endless pain. His little face was filled with grief. If she really was his mommy, why would she abandon him? Why? Xiao Bao, what's wrong? Xia Dong suddenly stood up from the sofa. She looked in shock at Xiao Bao, who was running down the stairs. His handsome little face was covered in tears. Xiao Bao threw himself at her. She quickly bent down and picked him up. Baby, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Quick, tell mommy. Xiao Bao looked at her anxious expression and burst into tears. She had never seen him cry so sadly. Her heart ached as well. She stroked his weak back to comfort him. Baby, it's okay. It's okay. Mommy is here. Mommy will take you home. She lovingly kissed her son's forehead. Ignoring the servants' curious gazes, she smiled apologetically at the butler. I'm sorry. Baby isn't feeling well. I'll take him home first. The butler thought that Xiao Bao had an argument with his young master. He bowed politely. Miss Xia, young master Qi, please take care. Xia Dong carried her son and left. She didn't know that Xiao Yi was standing at the top of the stairs, looking at their backs with an expressionless face. Xiao Bao curled up in her arms. He was crying so hard that his tears soaked her clothes. She placed him in the front passenger seat. She pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the tears from his face. She said gently, Baby, tell mommy what happened. Xiao Bao gradually stopped crying. He raised his little face. His large eyes were still filled with tears. Mommy, is Xiao Yi also your child? Add Hongcha 866. Chapter 155. Xiao Bao gradually stopped sobbing. He lifted his little face, and his big eyes were still filled with tears. Mommy, is Xiao Yi your child too? Xia Dong's breathing instantly stopped. Her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with shock. She fiercely pinched her palm before she found her voice again. Xiao Bao, why would you have such a strange thought? Then why did you take the bullet for him? Xiao Bao's face was filled with grief and indignation. Xia Dong pursed her lips and tried to calm herself down. He's a child and mommy is an adult. It's normal for adults to protect children. Is that really the case? His dark eyes stared straight at her, as if he wanted to look into the depths of her heart. Of course. Why would mommy lie to you? Xia Dong laughed dryly and patted his head. Don't let your imagination run wild. Let's go home. She started the car and looked straight ahead. She focused on driving as if nothing had happened. Xiao Bao's heart was filled with suspicion. He was not a 3-year-old child who could be fooled so easily. He had caught his mommy's flash of panic just now. He would definitely find out the truth. It was midsummer, and the weather could change at any moment. It was a poisonous day when they left the old Bailey mansion. They had just reached the foot of the mountain when it suddenly started raining heavily. The rain splashed against the car window. Xia Dong slowed down the car and glanced sideways at Xiao Bao, who was staring out the window in a daze. Baby, did Xiao Yi speak today? Xiao Bao had already begun to suspect that his mommy was also Bailey Yi's mommy. When he heard that she was concerned about him, the suspicion in his heart intensified. He was very upset and said angrily she did. It's a good thing that she spoke. Xia Dong smiled. But then she thought about how Xiao Bao ran down the stairs crying. Could it be that even Xiao Yi knew? Worry surfaced in her heart again. Her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Mika Kito. Hello, Brother Shen. Mika Kito stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office and looked at the pouring rain outside. Her expression was a little heavy. Are you home now? It's raining heavily outside. Not yet. We just reached the foot of the mountain in the villa area. Brother Shen, is something the matter? Xia Dong noticed that his tone was a little heavy. Mika Kito rubbed her eyebrows. Something happened in Japan. I need to go back to deal with it. Xia Dong frowned. What's going on? Is it serious? Sumiyoshi Kai and Inagawa Kai have recently stolen a lot of Yamaguchi Gumi's business. I heard that Inagawakai has also smuggled a large number of drugs from Vietnam. They want to invade Yamaguchi-gumi's sphere of influence. The Sumiyoshikai and the Inagawakai were the two major Japanese gangs, second only to the Yamaguchi-gumi. The three gangs were harmonious on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents and constant struggles. They must have known that the leader of Yamaguchi-gumi was not in the Japanese headquarters, so they took the opportunity to seize territory. Mikakito felt that drugs were too harmful, so she hated them very much. In her sphere of influence, the sale of drugs was prohibited. Mikakito was aiming at this fat piece of meat and wanted to introduce drugs to her. Xiaodong quickly understood the seriousness of the matter and said, "Brother Shin, have you booked the plane tickets? When do you plan to go back?" "I'll rush back tonight. I'll ask Lu Xing to stay and protect you." Mikakito had already asked Jiang Dao to pack his luggage and leave it in the office. After he settled the company's matters, he would take a plane back to Japan. "Okay, Brother Shen. You have to take care of yourself. Don't let yourself get hurt, okay?" Mikakito smiled, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. "I know. You have to take care of yourself too. Take good care of the children, and wait for me to come back." "I know." Xiaodong listened to him say a few more words and handed the earpiece to Xiaobao. "Baby, Uncle Shen has something to say to you." "Uncle Shen, are you going back to Japan?" Xiaobao put on the earpiece, puffed up his cheeks and said, "When will you come back?" "Half a month at least and a month at most. I'll be back as soon as possible." Mikakito said softly, "Xiaobao, you're already a man. You have to listen to mommy and take good care of Gigai, okay?" "Okay, I know. I'll also look after mom and not let her run around, lest she gets into trouble again." His voice was young, but his expression was serious. He looked like a little old man. The corners of Beitang Shun's lips curled up. He was half joking and half serious. "If other men approach her, remember to chase them away." Xiaobao nodded seriously. "Yes, that's right." Before Mikakito left, she had already arranged everything. She was worried that Xiaodong would tire herself out, so she specially hired a nanny. In addition to Lu Xing, who was ordered to protect her, there was also a female bodyguard named Suzaku who rushed over from Japan to protect them. Suzaku arrived in China the next morning. She was very beautiful, charming, and gorgeous, but it was a pity that she had a cold expression on her face, as if someone owed her a lot of money. Xiaodong joked in Japanese, "Suzaku, I just found out that Yamaguchi-gumi has such a beautiful bodyguard like you." Suzaku replied in Chinese, "Strictly speaking, I'm not a member of Yamaguchi-gumi. I just signed an agreement with Mikakito and worked for him." "Oh, I see." Xiaodong nodded in understanding. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. "You're from China?" "Yes." Suzaku was a woman of few words. "Miss Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first." "Okay, thank you for your hard work. I'll prepare a room for you." Xiaodong lived in a 3-bedroom apartment. She planned to let Xiao Guai sleep with her, and leave Xiao Guai's room for Suzaku. As for Lu Xing, she would let him do whatever he wanted after work. Xiaodong had been unkind for a long time. "No, I have a house in a city." Suzaku had a villa in a city before she was sent to Japan by Mikakito. It was obvious that being a killer was a high-risk, high-income profession. The rain didn't stop until evening. Bailihan drove back to the old house. Immediately, a servant was waiting for him at the gate with an umbrella. As soon as he opened the car door, the servant held the umbrella and said with a smile, "Young master, you're finally back. Little master is speaking." A look of surprise flashed across Bailihan's eyes. He quickened his pace and walked to the living room. As soon as he reached the door of the living room, he heard the old lady's laughter and Xiao Yi's clear and tender voice. He seemed to be telling a joke, which made the old lady laugh. Bailey Xiong and Bai Jinxiu were also sitting in the living room with smiles on their faces. The servant took off his wet coat and hung it on the floor hanger. Bai Jinxiu smiled and said, "Ahan, you're back at the right time. Come and listen to Xiao Yi's joke." It made the old lady very happy. "That's right. Come and listen too." The old lady wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. No one could tell if they were tears of laughter or tears of joy. Daddy, you're back. Xiao Yi stood up from the sofa and greeted him. Gigai. Bailey Han patted his head, picked him up, and put him on his lap. What joke is Xiao Yi telling? Tell it to Daddy too. Okay. His beautiful eyes curved. But Daddy, I have a condition. If I can make you laugh, you have to promise me one thing. You've learned to negotiate with Daddy? Bailey Han's eyes were smiling. His cold and handsome face seemed to soften a lot. He ruffled his hair. Let's hear it. He pursed his lips, and his dark eyes were filled with anticipation. Daddy, I want to thank Chief Editor Xia in person. I know that she took good care of me when I was sick. The old lady's expression changed. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. Bailey Xiong and his wife's expressions were also a little ugly. Bailey Han's lips curved. You should thank her, but I can only make a decision after I hear your joke. Little Wingsy's eyebrows also curved as he began to tell a lively joke. The joke itself was not very funny, but when paired with his rich facial expressions, it seemed particularly funny. Bailey Han looked at his little face brimming with smiles. That pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars made him smile from the bottom of his heart. He realized that after his son fell ill, he had become a little different. His expression had become richer, and he smiled more often. He enjoyed the change in his son. Before going to bed, Bailey Han went to Xiao Yi's room. He was already asleep. His small body lay on the bed and only took up a small space. He didn't seem to be sleeping very well, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Bailey Han reached out and smoothed out the wrinkles between his brows. He gently stroked his cheek. Just as he retracted his hand and stood up, he suddenly heard Xiao Yi's sleep-talking voice. Mommy, don't go, don't abandon me. Bailey Han's breath stopped. When he came out of his son's room, he was in a terrible mood. He remembered that 4.5 years ago, the old madam had brought little Wingsy to him and told him that he had a child with a woman. At that time, he had been shocked and at a loss. He tried hard to recall what the woman who had given birth to his child looked like, but he could not recall. When Xiao Yi was 2 years old, he asked him where his mommy was. He couldn't answer, so he could only tell Xiao Yi the answer that the old lady told him. He said that his mommy was already dead. Xiao Yi didn't believe him. He said that his mommy wasn't dead. She just went somewhere far away. He even cried and asked him for his mommy. He was so angry that he hit Xiao Yi for the first time. Bailey Han didn't expect that Xiao Yi still didn't want to believe that his mommy was already dead. Sitting on the deck chair on the balcony, he was exposed to the night sky that had been washed by the rain. The cool air seeped into his heart, and his irritated mood gradually calmed down. However, he couldn't help but think of someone. His finger repeatedly scrolled through the contact list on his phone. He was hesitant. What was she doing at this time? Was she with Mikikito? Bailey Han rubbed his brows. He persuaded himself that he called her for business. He just wanted to tell her that Xiao Yi wanted to see her. Hello, Bailey Han? Her voice was very soft and comfortable to listen to. Add Xingwu 799. Chapter 156. He paused. Xiaodong, Xiao Yi is willing to talk. She smiled happily. Congratulations. He smiled. I'm very grateful for everything you've done. Xiao Yi is also very grateful. He wants to thank you in person. When are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Well, Xiaodong glanced at the little guys who were playing games on the sofa. It's okay. We didn't do anything. His voice was low. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. If Mr. Beitang is willing to come, I'd be honored. Xiaodong knew that he had misunderstood. She quickly said, No, Brother Shen went to Japan. You won't have any objections. I just don't think there's a need. She slapped her forehead gloomily. Xiao Bao was already suspicious. Maybe Xiao Yi was also suspicious. She just wanted to fade out of Xiao Yi's sight temporarily. I insist. Xiaodong, don't reject me. He was like a supreme king announcing his decision. I'll pick you and the children up at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. But beep beep. The call ended. Xia Dong held her forehead helplessly. He was too domineering. She hadn't even finished speaking. Bailey Han knew that old madam didn't like Xia Dong, so he specially arranged for the banquet to be held in his villa to avoid awkwardness for Xia Dong. Although he and Xiao Yi hadn't returned to the villa for a long time, the servants still cleaned the place every day. It was spotless. When they returned, they didn't feel uncomfortable at all. According to his instructions, the butler added a rocking chair, hanging basket, seesaw, and other children's play facilities in the garden. In just one afternoon, the butler led the servants to decorate the villa's outdoor balcony into a Caribbean-style banquet venue. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the golden sunset covered the entire open-air balcony with a layer of faint radiance. Tall palm trees, coconut trees, and date trees exuded the unique fragrance of trees and fruits. Under the parasols, there were a few white reclining chairs placed side by side. The ground was covered with a layer of fine and soft white sand, which was said to be specially transported from overseas beaches. Not far away, there was a barbecue rack. A foreign chef in a chef's uniform had already started barbecuing the meat. The fresh meat sizzled on the barbecue rack, and the aroma of the meat permeated the air. A violinist stood by the railing, his back facing the setting sun as he played a melodious tune. Bailey Han was wearing a white tuxedo, and Xiao Yi was also wearing a white suit. When the father and son stood together, they looked exactly the same and were both extraordinarily handsome. Everything was so charming. The moment Xia Dong and the children stepped onto the balcony, they were immediately mesmerized. Xiao Guai's little face was red with excitement. He covered his face and screamed, "It's so beautiful. Mommy, it's exactly like the beach." Xiao Bao didn't say anything, but from his sparkling eyes it was obvious that he liked it. Xia Dong smiled faintly. "It's very beautiful. We like it very much." She was wearing a bohemian-style long dress. It was sleeveless and cinched at the waist, and the hem of the dress flowed elegantly. It was extremely compatible with the sunny beach. A gentle breeze blew and lifted her long hair. She raised her chin slightly, feeling the comfort of the breeze. Her side profile looked tranquil and beautiful under the sunlight. She smiled. "Bailey Han, I also brought a guest over. I hope you don't mind." The guest Xia Dong was talking about was Suzaku, who was standing behind her. She didn't want to let Suzaku follow them, but she insisted. She said that it was Mika Kito's orders. She had to follow them when they went out, even when they went to buy groceries. Bailey Han raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Suzaku? I didn't expect you to work for Mika Kito now." Suzaku was expressionless. "I admit defeat." Bailey Han's thin lips curved. "Your master ordered you to follow Xia Dong at all times, including when she goes on dates?" Suzaku glanced at him indifferently. "Mika Kito is worried that someone has kidnapped Miss Xia." Xia Dong wiped her sweat and quickly smiled. "Suzaku, since you're here, don't just stand there. Do whatever you like. I think Mr. Bailey won't mind, okay?" She looked at Bailey Han for help. Bailey Han shrugged. "Of course he won't mind. Miss Suzaku, please make yourself at home." The last golden ray of the setting sun slid past the horizon. They were either lying or sitting on the beach, enjoying the delicious food and listening to the melodious music. It was as if they could hear the sound of the waves. The cool breeze blew gently and it was extremely comfortable. Bailey Han held orange juice in one hand and red wine in the other. He sat on the recliner beside her and handed her the orange juice. There was a gentle smile on his face. "Let me toast to you. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Yi these days. You can't drink alcohol, so orange juice can replace it. I didn't do anything. You don't have to be so polite." Xia Dong clinked her glass with his and smiled as she took a sip of the orange juice in her glass. Bailey Han tilted his head and looked at the three little rascals playing in the rocking chairs in the distance. He chuckled and said, "They are getting along very well now. I'm very happy that they have become friends. There is a kind of friend that is called no discord, no concord. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao are like that." Xia Dong looked at them laughing and her heart softened. Her eyes were as bright as the stars and there was a charming smile on her face. Bailey Han's gaze fell on her. She was very beautiful when she smiled. Her eyes were curved like beautiful crescent moons. Her eyes were clean and clear without any impurities. Her happiness seemed to be very simple. As long as the children were happy, she would be happy too. She was very rational when she was working, but sometimes she would be silly when facing him. He couldn't help but want to get closer to her. Xiaodong received his passionate gaze. She touched her hair uncomfortably and smiled. I'm going to see the children. She put down her glass and got up to leave. He suddenly grabbed her wrist. Her body stiffened and she didn't dare to look back. His voice was low and hoarse. Xiaodong, who is the father of the children? Is it Mikakito? Xiaodong lowered her head. Is the answer very important? It's very important to me. If it was Mikakito, then he had no chance at all. He waited for her verdict. His heart was thumping. She closed her eyes and said slowly, no. His throat bobbed. Then who is it? He's no longer around. He tightened his grip on her wrist and pulled her into a warm embrace. Suzaku, who was sitting at the side quietly eating barbecued meat, put down her plate and stood up vigilantly. Her sharp eyes stared at Bailey-han. If he did anything out of line, she would not hesitate to take action. Bailey-han ignored her and said in a low voice, who is the father of the children you're carrying now? Xiaodong smiled. This time it's Mikakito. No, I don't believe it. He pinched her chin and forced her to look into his eyes. His eyes were dark and deep, just like the sky before a storm. He lowered his voice with a hint of anticipation. We've done it twice in total. I didn't use any protection on both occasions. She interrupted him. No, it's not yours. The blood drained from his face. All his fantasies were shattered. She laughed self-deprecatingly. That's right. What you're seeing now is the real me. I'm a promiscuous woman who's two-timing. You can use any word you like. Stop talking. He suddenly covered her mouth. There was a cold anger in his eyes. I'm too stupid. This matter ends here. He used so much strength that it hurt her face. However, she did not make a sound or struggle. She only looked at him quietly. Her pair of clear and bright eyes were devoid of sorrow, joy, anger, and displeasure. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. Why did he still have hope? Why did he end up humiliating himself? Suzaku said coldly, Bailey-han, let go of Miss Xia. You're not allowed to bully my mommy. Let go of her. Xiaobao realized that there was something wrong with the adults here. She jumped down from the rocking chair and rushed over without thinking. She kicked Bailey-han's long legs fiercely. Bailey-han slowly released his hand. His face was dark as he left the balcony without a word. He was in a terrible mood and needed to be alone to get some fresh air. With the crisis resolved, Suzaku sat down and continued to enjoy the food and wine. Mom, are you all right? Xiaobao nudged Xiaodong, who was frozen on the spot, worriedly. I'm fine. Xiaodong revealed a smile and sat down on the rocking chair. Xiao Yi also ran over and pointed at the fruit platter on the table. Chief Editor Xia, the servants just delivered these fruits. What do you like to eat? I'll get it for you. He looked so cute in his white suit. Xiaodong couldn't help but pat his head. She smiled and said, Thank you, Xiao Yi, but there's no need. I'm already full. Brother, come over quickly. There's a little bug on the rocking chair. I don't dare to get down. Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi both ran away, leaving Xiao Guai alone on the rocking chair. She cried out pitifully. Gigai, don't be afraid. I'll be right there. Xiao Bao ran away quickly. Xiaodong stood up and wanted to follow, but Xiao Yi suddenly grabbed her finger. There was a sweet smile on her little face. Chief Editor Xia, I see a strand of white hair on your head. Can I pluck it out for you? Ah, white hair. Xiaodong was shocked. Was she that old? Yes, Auntie. You're a little shorter. I'll pluck it out for you. Xiaodong glanced at the rocking chair. Xiao Bao should have already removed the bug. Xiao Guai jumped down from the rocking chair. The siblings walked over hand in hand. Oh, okay. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xiaodong squatted down and lowered her head. She felt a pair of small hands caress her hair. Then she felt a sudden pain. Are you done? She asked. Yes, I'm done. Xiao Yi quickly plucked it out and put it in his pocket. She looked up. Xiao Yi, let me see. Xiao Yi had already taken out a strand of white hair from his other pocket. He handed it to her. Actually, he picked it up from his great-grandmother's room. Attention, Hongcha 866. Chapter 157. Ah, my hair is really white. Am I really that old? Xiaodong was very sad. She was clearly not even 30 years old yet. Sob sob. Mommy, why are you squatting on the ground? Xiao Bao walked over with Xiao Guai and asked curiously. Bao Bao Gigai, Mommy's hair is already white. If Mommy becomes an old woman, will you still love Mommy? Xiaodong hugged her children sadly and rubbed against them. Xiao Bao's face turned green. Mom, it's normal to have white hair. Look at the young man's white hair. He's still a teenager and he already has white hair. It's your fault for overusing your brain. When we go back, I'll research a diet to nourish you. I'm sure you'll be rejuvenated. Oh, that's true. But you haven't answered my question. When I become an old woman, will you despise me? Will you be like those unfilial children in the news and chase old grandpas and grandpas out of the house? Xiaodong seized the opportunity to instill the traditional virtues of filial piety. Xiao Bao rolled his eyes. Mom, I told you it's not good to watch too much TV. Look at you. You're still young, and you're already suffering from paranoia. How scary. Xiao Guai's soft body wriggled in Xiaodong's arms. Mommy, don't worry. Even if you become an old woman, my brother and I won't despise you. Xiaodong was so happy that her eyes turned into crescents. Xiao Yi was almost petrified. Was this childlike woman really Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai's mommy? And could she really be their mommy? He couldn't help but touch the hair hidden in his pocket. It would only take a week for the paternity test results to come out, and he would know the answer. Bailey Han went downstairs to the living room. He leaned on the sofa and rubbed his brows. Suddenly, the landline beside him rang. As soon as he picked up the call, old Madame Gu's unhappy voice came through. Han, you're in such a hurry to move back to the villa with Xiao Yi because you want to invite Xiaodong to a banquet, right? Grandma, Xiaodong has helped us a lot. You also agreed to let Xiao Yi thank her in person. Madame Dowager said angrily. I agreed, but I meant to invite her to the old mansion and make it clear in front of the whole family. Now you've secretly invited her to your house. If Yin Qian finds out, what will she think? Bailey Han pressed his throbbing veins. Grandma, I've already broken up with Yin Qian. No matter what I do in the future, I don't have to care about what she thinks. Break up? When did this happen? The old madam was shocked and angry. It's been more than half a month. The sound of something breaking came from the other end of the phone. Old madam was so angry that she was trembling all over. Bailey Han, you've grown up and I can't control you anymore, right? Why are you only telling me such an important thing now? Bailey Han held his forehead. Grandma, don't be so agitated. I just think that this is between me and her. There's no need for you to worry about it. Is this between the two of you? This is between the Bailey family and the Su family. Bailey Han, go back to the old mansion immediately and make things clear. Bailey Han lowered his voice. Grandma, I still have guests now. I'll go back early tomorrow morning, okay? No. You have to come back now. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It's because of Xiaodong that you've become like this. I'm telling you, you're not allowed to have any contact with her in the future. Come back quickly. Grandma. Bailey Han still wanted to persuade her, but Madame Dowager clutched her chest and cried out in pain. Bailey Han, you unfilial grandson. Are you trying to anger me to death? Ouch, my chest hurt so much. Bailey Han had a headache. Okay, I got it. Grandma, don't hurt anymore. I'll go back as soon as possible. Madame Dowager was the absolute leader in the family. No one dared to disobey her, including Bailey Han, who was very filial to her. Bailey Han returned to the balcony. Xiaodong was playing games with the children. When she saw him, she got up and said goodbye. It's getting late. I should go back. He nodded. I'll send you down. Watching the BMW disappear into the night, Bailey Han squatted down and patted Xiao Yi's head. Xiao Yi, I'm going to the old mansion to visit great-grandma. Go to bed early. Daddy, I want to go with you. I miss great-grandma and grandma too. Xiao Yi saw that his expression was serious. She had a premonition that something was going to happen, so she wanted to go with him. Bailey Han knew that a storm was coming for him. He didn't want his son to be affected. Xiao Yi, Daddy has something to deal with when he goes back. Gigai, stay at home. I'll take you back tomorrow, okay? Xiao Yi and Gigai nodded. After Bailey Han left, Xiao Yi ran into the living room to check the caller ID on the landline. She asked the butler, Grandpa Butler, did my great-grandma call just now? Otherwise, Daddy wouldn't have suddenly suggested going back to the old mansion. They had just moved back from the old mansion this morning. Yes, little master. What did they talk about? Xiao Yi's big eyes were filled with eagerness and anticipation. Grandpa Butler, you were in the living room just now. You must have heard it, right? This. The butler wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't speak carelessly. Grandpa Butler, just tell me, okay? Xiao Yi suddenly hugged the butler's leg. She raised her little face and looked at him with a pair of big eyes. She imitated Xiao Bao's cute expression perfectly. Little master. The butler was in tears. Who could tell him why the usually mature and calm little master suddenly became a cute little cutie? In the end, the old butler, who liked children, couldn't resist Xiao Yi's cute tactics. He wiped his sweat and said, Old Madam and Elder Master were talking about Miss Su. It seems that Elder Master and Miss Su broke up. The old butler didn't dare to say anything else. What welcomed Bailey Han was a storm. As soon as he stepped into the living room of the old mansion, he felt the suffocating pressure in the living room. The whole family stared at him with dark faces. Old Madam stabbed the floor with her walking stick. Ahan, tell me, why did you break up with Yinqian? We're not compatible. After all, Su Yinqian was the woman he had loved for many years. Even if she had made a mistake, he didn't want his family to hate her, so he didn't tell them the real reason. Not compatible? Bai Jinxiu couldn't help but raise her voice. You've been together for 6 years. You betrayed her back then, and had Xiao Yi with another woman. Not only did she not break up with you, but she also magnanimously helped you get back on your feet. Don't you remember? Now you want to break up with her because of a simple, we're not compatible? How can you face her? Bailey Han's eyes darkened. A few years ago, he had a car accident. Not only did he lose his memory, but his legs were also seriously injured. He almost couldn't stand up. It was Yin Qian who accompanied him for 6 months of rehabilitation, before he could stand up again. In the bottom of his heart, he was full of gratitude and trust for her. It was because of his deep love that he blamed her. When he found out that his perfect lover had become a woman full of lies and unscrupulous in order to achieve her goals, his heart hurt more than anyone else. He was silent. Bailey Xiong was furious. He slammed the table and scolded sternly. Ahan, how can you face the Su family by doing this? What will outsiders think of the Bailey family? Bailey Han's heart sank. He stared sharply at his father. Others can blame me, but you don't have the right to do so. The one who humiliated the Bailey family is not me, Bailey Han, but you. Back then, who didn't know that the young master of the Bailey family had a mistress outside, and even brought his illegitimate child home. Even now, Lu Xiaoxiao was still living in the villa he bought for her. You unfilial son. Bailey Xiong was so angry that his blood pressure rose. He pointed at him with a trembling finger. I'm telling you, as long as I'm alive, you must marry Yin Qian. Impossible. Bailey Han spat out these 3 words coldly. The elders were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. The old madam tried to suppress her anger. She raised her hand to stop Bailey Xiong from continuing. Her eyes were as sharp as knives. She stared at Bailey Han. Ahan, tell me honestly, did you break up with Yin Qian because of Xia Dong? No, this has nothing to do with her. Bailey Han said calmly. Grandma, she's an outsider. Don't drag her into this. The old madam sneered. An outsider? Ahan, I watched you grow up. You can't hide from my eyes. I know how special you are to her. I'll make it clear today. Even if you break up with Yin Qian, don't even think about marrying Xia Dong. As long as I'm alive, don't even think about it. Bailey Han's face darkened. He wanted to ask why everyone in the family hated Xiaodong so much, but he held back. If he brought the topic to Xiaodong now, it would only bring her trouble. He insisted on breaking up with Su Yinqian. It had nothing to do with outsiders. The old madam said coldly, "Don't give me perfunctory words like unsuitable. Tell me honestly, why did you break up with Yin Qian?" Bailey Han frowned. "Grandma, I've already made it very clear. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll go back first. Xiao Yi is still waiting for me at home. Don't you dare leave." The old madam stood up angrily, picked up the walking stick and hit him. "I'll kill you, you heartless thing. Yin Qian has been with you for so many years. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she still worked hard. How can you be so heartless?" Bailey Han nimbly avoided her attack. He was extremely irritated. He didn't expect to face such a big resistance when breaking up with Su Yinqian. The old madam missed every hit. Instead, she was so tired that she panted. She covered her chest and cried out in pain. "Ouch, my chest hurts." "Mom, don't be agitated. Sit down." Bailey Xiong hurriedly supported her. Bai Jinxiu asked the servant to bring the medicine and helped the old madam take it. Bailey Han saw that she didn't seem to be pretending and became anxious. He quickly went forward and rubbed her back. "Grandma, how are you? Do you feel better? Welfare, Xinwu 799. Chapter 158. The old madam took a deep breath and slapped him on the arm. Tears streamed down her face. "You brat, why are you always so worrisome? I thought that you would be more mature now that you're a father, but you still did something so infuriating." "Grandma, don't be agitated. Be careful not to hurt your body. If you're angry, take it out on me. I'm thick-skinned, so I'm not afraid of being hit." Bailey Han caressed her back and coaxed her. The old madam huffed. "What's the point of hitting you? If you really want to appease my anger, apologize to Yun Qian and reconcile with her quickly. Great-grandma, grandpa, grandma, daddy." No one noticed that Xiao Yi had suddenly appeared at the door of the living room. "Baby Yi, why are you here?" The old madam quickly waved her hand. Xiao Yi walked in front of her and looked up pitifully. "Great-grandma, don't blame my daddy." "Baby Yi, great-grandma isn't blaming your daddy. I'm just discussing something with him." The old madam carried him onto her lap and stroked his head. "How did you get here?" "I asked the chauffeur uncle to send me here." "Great-grandma, I suddenly thought of something, so I came over. You won't blame me, right?" Xiao Yi leaned his head into her arms and said crisply, "Oh, you mischievous boy. How dare you come out of the house alone? Aren't you worried that great-grandma will blame you? Now you know how to worry." Her beloved great-grandson was acting coquettishly in the old madam's arms. Her anger subsided a lot. She pinched his soft cheeks and said, "What did you think of that made you come over?" Xiao Yi looked at the old madam innocently with his big eyes. His little face puffed up slightly, making him look very lovable. "I was thinking about how I rolled down the stairs that night." The old madam was shocked. "What happened?" Xiao Yi paused and said, "I accidentally heard Auntie Yun Qian talking to someone on the phone. The other party seemed to be called Godfather. That night, I went up the stairs with Auntie Yun Qian, and I asked her who Godfather was. Auntie Yun Qian seemed to be in a panic. She told me not to talk nonsense. I lied to her. I said I knew who the Godfather was, and she pushed me down the stairs." Xiao Yi's face was full of fear, and her small body trembled. She hugged the old madam's waist in fear. "Great-grandmother, I'm so scared." The old madam was shocked. She hugged him tightly and patted his back. "Xiao Yi, did you make a mistake? Why would Yun Qian push you down the stairs?" Xiao Yi suddenly raised her head. Her bright eyes were filled with tears and her face was full of fear. "Great-grandma, I didn't make a mistake. I didn't lie. She really pushed me down the stairs." "No. How could this be? How could this be?" The old madam couldn't believe it. Yun Qian had always been good to Xiao Yi. How could she do such a thing? If someone else said it, she definitely wouldn't believe it. But Xiao Yi never lied. Bailey Han's feelings were very complicated. He had always wanted to find out the truth about Xiaoyi falling down the stairs. But when he found out the truth, his heart hurt more than anyone else. Bai Jinxiu and Bailey Xiong were also shocked. Bai Jinxiu shook her head. I don't believe it. Xiaoyi, did you lie because you didn't want Yin Qian to be your mommy? I didn't. Grandma, every word I said was the truth. Xiaoyi said angrily. Bailey Han rubbed his brows and said in a deep voice, Mom, Xiaoyi didn't lie. That night, I heard Xiaoyi and Yin Qian's conversation at the top of the stairs. Did you also see Yin Qian push Xiaoyi down the stairs? Bai Jinxiu was very satisfied with Su Yinqian as her future daughter-in-law, so she naturally spoke up for her. Also, who is the godfather? Why did Yin Qian panic when she heard his name? The whole thing is completely baffling. Mom, although I didn't see Yin Qian push Xiaoyi down the stairs, I believe that Xiaoyi wouldn't lie. When Bailey Han looked at his mother now, it was as if he was looking at himself in the past. His bias towards Su Yinqian had already reached a terrifying level. Mom, the godfather is the middleman of a city's killer organization. Why did Yin Qian panic when she heard his name? Why did Xiaoyi hear her talking to the godfather? Isn't the information revealed clear enough? Bailey Han didn't want to involve Xiaodong's matter. Bai Jinxiu still didn't want to believe it. Old Madam's face turned pale. She was more rational than Bai Jinxiu, and of course, she thought more deeply than her. What else could a middleman of a killer organization do? It was either to reminisce about the past or to hire a killer. If it was the former, Yin Qian didn't have to panic. If it was the latter, it proved that she wasn't as kind and virtuous as she appeared to be. Since she wasn't a kind person, it was very likely that she pushed Xiaoyi down the stairs to silence her. Old Madam could accept that the woman in Bailey's family was ruthless. Otherwise, how could she support the whole Bailey's family? But she could only be ruthless to outsiders, not her own family. If Su Yinqian really did something to hurt Xiaoyi, then she couldn't enter Bailey's family. Old Madam already had a plan in her heart, but she didn't rush to make a conclusion. She looked up at Bailey Han and asked, Is this why you broke up with Yin Qian? Bailey Han didn't say anything, which was a tacit admission. Xiaoyi refused to let Su Yinqian off easily. He tugged at Old Madam's sleeve and said, Great-grandma, I heard that Aunt Yin Qian is pregnant. It's not Daddy's child. Xiaoyi, don't talk nonsense. Bai Jinxiu scolded him harshly. You're still a child. What do you mean by pregnant? Where did you hear it from? Don't tell anyone. It'll ruin Yin Qian's reputation. I'm not talking nonsense. Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with tears. He looked very pitiful. Old Madam couldn't bear to see Xiaoyi sad. Okay, Jinxiu, Xiaoyi is still a child. Just teach him well. Why are you shouting so loudly? He touched Xiaoyi's head and said, Xiaoyi, where did you hear it from? I heard Daddy and Aunt Yin Qian quarreling that day. Xiaoyi said aggrievedly. Old Madam's face darkened. Han, what's going on? Bailey Han was very helpless against his son's method of forcing a duck onto a perch. He had no choice but to tell them the truth. This matter started 2 months ago. Actually, we didn't have sex. Her pregnancy was also fake. Bai Jinxiu had never heard anyone mention Su Yinqian's pregnancy until now. After hearing so much information all at once, she was shocked. Old Madam's heart became clear. Only then did she realize that Su Yinqian was not simple. She had said that she had a miscarriage at the hospital back then, probably to cover up the fake pregnancy. How dare you hide this kind of thing from me? Old Madam was disappointed in Bailey Han, and even more disappointed in Su Yinqian. Bailey Han did not refute and said lightly, Grandma, I've already made up my mind to break up with Yin Qian. Don't force me anymore. Old Madam suddenly looked a lot older. She sighed. Forget it. A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet. Let it be. Bailey Han frowned. Mom, how are we going to explain this to the Su family? Old Madam pinched the space between her eyebrows. Han and Yin Qian broke up half a month ago. The Su family hasn't said anything. I guess they don't know about Han's breakup either. Let's leave it at that for now. If the Su family really wants to fall out with us, we have nothing to be afraid of. After all, we're on the side of reason. After the storm, Everyone except Xiao Yi looked a little tired. Bailey Han brought Xiao Yi back to the villa. The father and son did not speak along the way. The atmosphere in the car was tense. The driver was sweating profusely. He brought the young master back to the old mansion without the eldest young master's permission. Would he be punished? Fortunately, Bailey Han did not mention this. After getting out of the car, Bailey Han sent Xiao Yi back to the room. Xiao Yi sat at the head of the bed unhappily with a sullen face. Bailey Han squatted in front of him and asked, "Why are you unhappy?" He pouted. "Because Daddy is angry." "Daddy, are you angry because I said bad things about Auntie Yun Qian in front of great-grandma?" "Daddy is not angry." Bailey Han did not know how to explain his complicated feelings to him. He could only say, "Auntie Yun Qian might have done something wrong temporarily. If everyone knows that she did something wrong, she might never have the chance to change. I just don't want to see great-grandma blame Daddy." Xiao Yi's serious expression warmed Bailey Han's heart. He hugged his son tightly and said softly, "Daddy knows." Xiao Yi reached out and hugged him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Daddy, do you still remember what Mommy looks like?" Bailey Han paused. "I don't remember. Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Xiao Yi's mood suddenly fell. "Because I saw Xiao Bao and the others playing happily with Chief Editor Xia today." Bailey Han's body stiffened. He lied to him. Xiao Yi's mommy is a very gentle person. She loves Xiao Yi very much, just like Daddy. "Really?" Xiao Yi's big eyes welled up with tears. However, he buried his head in Bailey Han's chest and did not let him see it. "It's true." Bailey Han gently stroked his back. "Daddy, can you tell me how you met Mommy?" There was a hint of nervousness in his soft voice. Bailey Han smiled bitterly. Actually, he did not remember either. He could only change what old Madam had told him before and tell Xiao Yi. "Your mommy and I met at a bar. We fell in love at first sight and soon had you. But why don't you remember what Mommy looks like?" "I really want to know what Mommy looks like." Xiao Yi was very sad. He had never even seen his mommy's photo since he was young. Even when he dreamed of Mommy, he could not clearly see her face. Daddy was once in a car accident and forgot a lot of things. He also forgot your mommy. Xiao Yi, don't be sad. Daddy promises that he will love Xiao Yi even more in the future. Make up for your mommy's share, okay? Bailey Han saw his son cry sadly and felt worse than being stabbed by needles. Xiao Yi choked and said, "Okay." Awesome novel Xinwu 799. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.